Hey, Trish, we see you. Can you hear us? Hey, Trish, can you hear us?
Oh, hang on.
Hello, Trish, can you hear us?
Madam Vice President, are you ready for me to call roll? Trish Bodie. Gloria Gonzalez Delakia.
Here.
Alexis Grimes.
Here.
Aaron Johnson.
Here.
Jim McKay.
Here.
Christine Maurer.
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. It is 6:18 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. And we're going to start with our opening ceremony. And we're going to start with our Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to introduce our Pledge of Allegiance today. It is going to be done by Cadet Seaman Apprentice Landon Herr of the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School will lead the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. Cadet Herr is a rising 11th grade student at Vista Ridge High School and a second-year cadet. He is a member of the Armed Drill and physical fitness teams and committed to serving the community as a volunteer with the City of Cedar Park at Veterans Memorial Park. Cadet Seaman Apprentice Herr was recognized with the Navy JROTC Exemplary Conduct Award and by the Non-Commissioned Officers Association for his demonstrated leadership potential. Cadet Herr's active participation in unit activities and commitment to service directly contributed to the unit's formal designation as a distinguished unit with academic honors. Cadet Herr's performance and dedication reflect most favorably on the Lone Star Company's Navy Junior ROTC, his school, and Leander ISD. Well done, Cadet Herr. Please stand.
Join us for the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
If you'll please join us in a moment of silence. Thank you.
We'll move over to communications and announcements and start with the superintendent remarks.
I have nothing at this time, Madam Vice President.
Board member remarks. No board member remarks, so we will move over to citizen comments. I'm going to read through this. We will now move to the agenda item on citizen comments. Please note that this format is not a conversation, not a back and forth discussion, so we ask that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedure enumerates further requests, but I will sum it up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. You will have up to 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees, and you will hear a chime when your 3 minutes is up. I'm going to call the first 3. And that would be, this is for our citizen comments area because we do have some public hearings tonight. So we're going to start with the citizen comments. That's Desiree, Liz, and Nicole. Desiree, you're first on the list, so whenever you're ready, just hit the talk button and the timer will start.
Good evening, everyone. I'm not sure I've ever been first here before. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I want to specifically address, although I could address a lot of items on the agenda tonight, the SHAC item, specifically considering the approval of human sexuality curriculum. I served on the SHAC committee this year, and I was very happy to do so. It's an important committee to our district, as it is to all districts. And we spent a lot of time, our personal time, going through this and thought and consideration. We had a lot of different ideologies and a lot of different viewpoints that we were able to meld effectively and come up with a lot of viable solutions and recommendations for this board to consider. Yet, when I look at this, I only see one thing and one thing only being considered. And I guess I'm a little thrown off by that. And I'll discuss this further. But it looks like the only thing you're looking at is the human sexuality curriculum. This does make mention of the other items. We had 2 subcommittees that reported to you and took our time to do that, to report our recommendations to you. I'm not sure what happens with those. It's very unclear to me, so I would love to have some answers tonight and know that the work that we put into this is being considered. Understanding that the items that were considered for the subcommittee I was not on are of zero cost and we could implement today and get rocking and rolling on. And knowing that the subcommittee that I served on has time-sensitive items. In particular, one our subcommittee was very, very adamant about and passionate about was making sure that our students are mentally prepared and ready for that transition back to school and the in-school environment with all their peers. And that takes work and coordination and time and effort. And if we're just going to kick the can down the road on that or not address that now, that's going to impact our students. We made that recommendation for a reason, and I would love to have some feedback from this board. In addition, when we look at the School Health and Advisory Council, I would suggest that we make this a little more of a robust process in the future. When we look at other districts and we see what they do with SHAC, they have a transparent web page up, and they talk specifically about the 8 components of coordinated school health as described by the Texas Department of State Health Services, which covers nutrition services, health and safe school environment, counseling and mental health services, staff wellness promotion, parent and community involvement, physical education, and health education. There are a lot of big items there. And while we had 2 main subcommittees that discussed items, we had a lot of things out there. And because of time constraints and other things, we could not even discuss those. Important items like restraint and seclusion, and looking at the health and safety of our students, and bullying, which you'll notice on some of our items that we're looking at later tonight, is a serious issue. So I'd have you reconsider that and the role that SHAC plays in this district and making it a little more robust and meaningful with the community input. Thank you.
Thank you, Desiree. We'll move on to Liz.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Gearing. I'm here again to speak about how diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, is necessary to our district. I'm here because my voice matters and I want this community to heal. I am here because I love my community that I live and I work in. Firstly, I want to recognize my privilege to work as a teacher in Leander ISD. I want to thank Leander ISD for a space for me to grow to be a better teacher for my students. I want to thank the board members that are advocating for a better, compassionate Leander ISD. It takes ganas, which means guts, to serve on the board, as you know. While I'm extremely appreciative, Leander ISD is where I have faced the most discrimination and microaggressions in my life. I've experienced parents ask me about my race before they ask me what my name is. I have had a Leander ISD employee comment that my English was excellent and I didn't sound Mexican. Or another employee used aspects of my culture as a decoration for a party. I'm proud of my heritage and I love to celebrate it, but when others see my culture as a costume, a party favor, this isn't right. I want you to think about having tiny paper cuts all over your body. They're painful and annoying. That's the feeling of microaggressions. Their comments or actions, intended or not, made me feel small and invalidated. I tell you this despite my fears of my words and my experiences being dismissed. I tell you this despite having anxiety due to members of this community possibly doxing me or shaming me for my beliefs. I could have emailed a letter or asked someone to read my letter anonymously. However, I want the board to know that their decision for DEI impacts everyone, but it will mostly impact BIPOC and LGBTQI+ bodies. Therefore, it impacts me and my family, and that's why I'm speaking. I do it for them, and they're here today. There are people here trying to dismiss DEI or try to cancel it. We need to acknowledge and reckon with ways our practices and institutions have harmed Black, Indigenous, people of color, LGBTQI+ communities. Misinformation and fears about DEI or even critical race theory, CRT, have stalled and undermined trust in our schools and teachers. We have to have uncomfortable, courageous conversations for learning and compassion to happen. DEI is a way to reflect on one's biases and privileges. It is an uncomfortable process, but it is in order to grow, the discomfort is necessary. DEI isn't about taking things away from certain groups to give to more to others. DEI is a framework to create an acceptable world for future generations. It empowers all, not just some. Diversity and equity must become a central focus if we want all members of our communities to be seen and validated. I ask that you bravely embrace the components of DEI, not dispute it, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Liz. We're going to move on to Nicole.
Good evening. Thank you for being here tonight. My son, he's a third grader, so this will be one of my many meetings that I will attend, and he is, years away from high school, but he'll be in middle school soon. And a lot of parents seem to be pulling the kids from public schools, but I'm not pulling him. I believe he's a light in the darkness, and he's called to be in the public school and be the change that we can all agree on both sides, that is need to reach racial reconciliation in this world. Here are some current resources and textbooks listed for social studies that focus so much on race that Hispanic, Native American, Black, and Asian children can actually feel disempowered by these continuous statements in these videos listed in the curriculum. And the fact that this curriculum, such as because I'm Latino, I can't have money, kids on race, waking up white, and finding myself in the story of race, blind spot, hidden biases of good people, white fragility, why it's so hard for white people to talk about racism, along with kids meet a transgender soldier, it constantly states that Hispanic people like myself are different and white people aren't giving them a chance or hope for success. It's not encouraging to dream big. After watching these videos, they trigger a lot of emotion that can really hinder rather than teach kids action for change in a positive way and to grow. Anxiety weighs down the heart, but a kind word cheers it up. Identity is not in gender or race nor education. It's your calling and purpose to empower the world with love and break down strongholds. This curriculum appears to be a barrier. As we all know, it's currently on the governor's desk. I hope our district has new resources to help prepare the students, because parents will file grievances if it's not legal. Please stop the ideological takeover of the humanities in our district and do not approve the new social studies curriculum tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, speakers. I'm going to call the next three speakers. Christelle Erickson Collins, Kara Owen, and Dylan Martin. Christelle, whenever you're ready, you can just hit the talk button and the timer will start.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here. I'm here to congratulate you on the commitment you have shown to diversity, equity, and inclusion for the students, staff, and community of Leander ISD. Please accept all the recommendations of the Equity Diversity Advisory Committee that we'll present to you tonight. I hope that you focus immediately on the recommendations to hire more diverse staff and implement an equity office with a chief officer with a keen racial consciousness, understanding, as well as gender issues. In 2019, Leander ISD's teachers were 83% white, and the student population was 56% white. Research has overwhelmingly indicated that student success is correlated with having teachers who look like the students, especially for non-white students. This may require an equitable approach versus an equality approach as we hire a more diverse teaching staff. Please be intentional in your implementation of an equity office. It is not effective to hire a person of color who seeks to maintain the structures of racism endemic in the system. It is racism to believe that any person of color will be a good fit. While it is imperative this office be led by a person from the Black, Indigenous, people of color community, that person must also have a strong commitment and understanding of racism and anti-racism individually as well as systemically. Finally, it is unacceptable to hire someone and not resource them or bring them into the decision-making process. This happens often, and it indicates a shallow, check-the-box approach versus a deeper, important commitment to equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Christelle. We're going to move over to Kara Owen.
Good evening. I was kind of disheartened to look at the agenda this week and to see that the only apparently actionable item out of the SHAC committee recommendations was the sex ed recommendations. As you guys all know, recess is near and dear to my heart. And it's imperative that this is something that is enacted sooner rather than later. Our schools are already putting together their schedules for the next year, and our kids need this. We have the time. We added 10 minutes to the elementary school day in the last year. We have had different people in the administration tell us that we do have the extra minutes to add more recess. Our kids need this. And I wanted, in my time, to give you a little bit more of the research to support why recess, we need that now. We don't need it next year. We don't need it the year after. We need it now. At TCU, they have Dr. Deborah Rhea, who is one of the leading recess researchers in the United States and really the world. And they have, for the last 5 years, been conducting research in Saginaw ISD, Little Elm ISD, Arlington ISD, among others, adding more recess and studying what the effects of that are. And they recently released some of their preliminary research, which included that the LINK students, LINK is the program that they've been using to add more recess, are performing 10% higher in math, 3% higher in reading comprehension on the STAR tests. They have more brain power and energy, where traditional students saw more fatigue daily and throughout the year. The on-task behaviors improved up to 40%. The increase in happiness, resiliency, and there was a decrease in disciplinary issues. They also had a 7% drop in obesity in linked students over 3 years. This is real results from Texas, from actual research through TCU. Our students need this. We can't wait any longer, and I hope that the recommendations from the SHAC Committee on Physical Health are going to be considered in the immediate future. Thank you.
Thank you, Kara. We're going to move to Dylan Martin.
Hi, my name is Dylan Martin. So I am reading part of this on behalf of a teacher that has had issues of confrontation and did not want to be further black labeled. So I'm reading it for him. We're both very like-minded in this statement, and I guess that's all the information I'll give, so he cannot be tracked. Good evening. Thank you for being here tonight. I'm concerned about the adoption of the new social studies curriculum. The textbooks under consideration are very Marxist in their statement of U.S. history. There is an excessive emphasis on power struggles between groups of white males are portrayed as oppressors. A more accurate treatment of history would provide students with a more balanced perspective by comparing what was going on in the U.S. to what was going on in other countries at the same time in history. Instead, the new AP history text engages in presentism, which judges the American past according to present-day values and norms. This is a deliberate attempt to delegitimize the founding of the United States on the part of the curriculum developers and the textbook authors. A quick glance at the LISD 20-21 CCAC website shows that there is an agenda in LISD to present a particular version of social studies which is based on critical theory or other left-wing ideologies. HB 3979 and LISD own policies require balanced instruction. Here's a quick rundown of what's on the district page and what's on the minds of the LISD curriculum developers. Again, because I am Latino, I can't have money. Kids on race. Waking up white, and I'm finding myself in the story of race. Blind spot, hidden biases of good people. White fragility, why it's hard for white people to talk about racism. Kids meet a transgender soldier. Public education must be consumable by the broad public and not captive to any extreme ideologies. Please stop the ideological takeover of humanities in our district and do not approve the new social studies curriculum tonight. Thank you. I've not only read through some of the social studies books, I've read through other books that were put in the classroom. Nothing I'd want my 13-year-old daughter reading. I was really appalled. And quite frankly, in social studies, World War II was a conflict. Are you kidding me? Has anybody read this garbage before they adopted it? I didn't have to read much further in that. But if you go through excerpt to excerpt, and you start finding things that are just completely dumbed down, excuse the term whitewashed, because that's what it is, it's complete garbage. You have got to be kidding me that that's what we're teaching our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. We're going to move to the next three. The next person on my list is Melissa Dorr, but it says, and you did a comment next to your name when you signed up, made it sound like you wanted to sign up for public hearing. And so just wanted to confirm that you wanted to do citizen comment. Yes, okay, come on up. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I had you in the right place. Erica Sanchez and Trista. Apologies for that. We're just making sure that we had everyone in the right spot. Melissa, whenever you're ready, just hit the microphone and you can start.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for checking on that. I appreciate that. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I am here to ask that you, as a board, vote against the adoption of the AP Social Studies curriculum as presented this evening for two reasons. A new English language arts curriculum was adopted recently, and that is now being revised due to the extreme activism that was being taught through this curriculum. Now the AP Social Studies curriculum is being pushed through. Are you certain that activism and social justice are not the primary ideology behind this new curriculum as well? Are you sure that all stakeholders have fully reviewed the curriculum? Parents have had access to this information since April. That's 2.5 months, which is not enough time to review the inordinate number of digital resources that teachers and our children will have access to. On the district website, as you've heard, under the culturally responsive resources, there are 20 literature resources and 15 video resources. That's a lot to go through whenever we're also trying to raise our kids and deal with our aging parents and just deal with life. So 2.5 months is really not long enough to get a full picture of what's being taught. Many parents would like more time to consider and explore whether we want our children to be exposed to what the humanities department wants to teach our children. 2, many resources in the AP Social Studies curriculum emphasize race, which leads me to fear that children in this district will be made to feel shame and guilt for being white as part of their classroom lessons. This has happened in other districts, and I would hope that you, as a board and superintendent, would not want that to happen here. According to HB 3979, no teacher, administrator, or other employee in any state agency, school district, campus, open enrollment charter school, or school administration shall require or make part of a course the following concepts. One of them being an individual by virtue of his or her race or sex is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously. Can you guarantee to me that these concepts will not be taught in LISD students, to our LISD students as part of a classroom assignment? Because if they are, action will be taken. Again, I ask that you vote against adopting the new AP Social Studies curriculum as presented this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah.
We're going to move on to Erica.
First, I'd like to start by wishing you all a happy Pride Month. Dr. Gearing and trustees, thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. I find it interesting that about this time last year, we were listening to testimonies from Black and brown families about their experiences with racism and discrimination at LISD. And now here we are discussing the same issue. However, the difference between now and then is that last year you were all very actively listening and released a statement condemning racism, whereas now here we are still having to prove to you that racism does indeed exist in our school district and the need for DEI. I will give you kudos on developing a DEI committee and supporting the listening sessions. However, there has to be real action and clear support to these endeavors. Having been a former teacher and a product of the Texas education system, I feel that it's important that our curriculum include all parties involved in the history and creation of our nation and state. So many times, Black, brown, and Asian people are left out of this story, which leads to a false telling of history. Including these voices and stories does not erase other people depicted, but depicts our country for what it truly is, diverse. And there have been many concerns about Anglo students feeling uncomfortable learning history. Well, consider how Black students have been subjected to learning about slavery and Jim Crow, or how Native students learn about the genocide of their tribes, or how Mexicans are the villains in the history of the Alamo. As a matter of fact, social studies and history should be the easiest subject to teach from a nonpartisan lens. Just present the facts. Present the facts and allow the students to develop their own opinion. Revealing facts does not erase our heroes, but normalizes them. They follow the society norms of their times, and it's important that we show them for who they really were, human. If you think about it right now, we are in the midst of so much history being created in real time. Do you realize that the decisions you make now will be cited in history? I guess it's up to you how you want future generations to see you. I attended a Texas school board meeting a few years ago where they were considering removing the word hero from the curriculum in regards to those that fought at the Alamo. This is where I learned for the first time that the real reason for this war was because of slavery. Yes, those heroes were fighting for their rights to keep slaves. Mexico had outlawed slavery and were forcing these immigrants to their nation to do the same. I heard a UT professor mention how when they receive students from Texas into their teaching program, they have to reteach history. How embarrassing is that? Texas and surrounding school districts need to do better. I will end with some facts that are left out of Texas history. Only two signers of the Texas Declaration of Independence were born in Texas, Francisco Ruiz and Jose Antonio Navarro. Comanche history is Texas history. They were the main force opposing settler colonization. Texas was greatly involved in the slave trade with Cuba and Brazil, and even had an embassy in London. Some of the worst racial violence in U.S. history took place along the Mexican-Texas border between 1910 and 1920 at the hands of the Texas Rangers. Camp Logan riot, a riot caused by racial tensions that resulted in the death of dozens of African-American soldiers and Houstonians. Soldiers. Texas has more than 180 public symbols of the Confederacy. Most came decades after the Civil War, and many were created during or after the Civil Rights era. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Next speaker, Trista.
This is a testimony of a parent who participated in the CACAC who would like to remain anonymous to protect their kids. I have 3 children that have graduated from LISD and feel that they received a well-rounded education that prepared them well for college. Although they felt they had to be careful not to express any views that would be considered politically incorrect, they were challenged academically and for the most part felt like that their teachers really had their best interest at heart. I volunteered to participate in the Social Studies CACAC out of concern that LISD had recently pursued a dramatic change of curriculum in all areas of study. Based on my cursory analysis of middle and high school curriculum materials in English and social studies, it seemed the district had been both dumbing down education, leaving all students less prepared for college and the real world, while moving further away from balanced critical analysis. Instead of exposing students to all sides of an issue and challenging them to see different perspectives before drawing their own conclusions, educational materials and teachers often now teaching only one side of an issue and telling their students what conclusions they should draw. Unfortunately, I was not aware until the initial meeting of the CACAC where the true purpose was established and stated, quote, to address equity within LISD social studies curriculum by advising about resources and identifying areas within our curriculum where other perspectives and histories can be included. Be that as it may, I committed to participate as best I could because, as I've already indicated, I agree that it's important to reflect multiple perspectives. I reviewed the September presentation, which initially laid out ground rules for the review and was ready to work, but was disappointed to find the second and the third meeting we were not given the opportunity to analyze materials. Instead, we were lectured repeatedly how to see things from another person's point of view and speak our truth, and spent a ridiculous amount of time on a useless cultural lotus diagram. The March meeting was moved to April 6th, and for the first time we broke into groups for about an hour to discuss the curriculum for only one grade. Everyone in my group agreed it was impossible to evaluate an entire year's curriculum, identify missing perspectives, and provide supplemental resources in that short amount of time. We were only able to have a good discussion for about 1 3-day unit. Prior to the final meeting, I attempted to review the material offline but couldn't dedicate the amount of hours needed to do the work justice as laid out by the process. To date, no outcomes from the CACAC have been shared with which is not surprising because there can't possibly be any. The entire CACAC was a complete waste of time and resources for everyone involved, including LISD. If anyone in the district points to this year's CACAC as an example of improvement through community involvement, they are simply lying. I feel the curriculum of a few years ago was complete, balanced, and appropriate. If the district truly believes in the older curriculum is missing certain perspectives, I suggest the following: that the full-time staff that is paid and promoted to develop the curriculum create a concise representation of the current curriculum, list the additional missing perspectives with resources that they recommend, then the community can be given time to evaluate and respond to those recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take the next 3 speakers. Before we do that, the next speaker listed is Sheila Pogson. And Sheila, we weren't sure if you wanted to speak at citizen comments or at a specific hearing. Okay. All right. Come on up then. Thank you. And then I have Brandy Berkman and Stephanie Burku. Whenever you're ready, you can press the microphone and the timer will start.
Good evening. My name is Sheila Pogson, and our family has lived in LISD for 10 years. I'm here tonight regarding concerns in the proposed LISD Social Studies book. Here is a paragraph from the book you are asked to approve tonight. It's under reverberation of the birth of nationalism. Quote, the most powerful group of people in the U.S. during the 19th century, white male of European ancestry, defined the nation in terms of the legacies of the American Revolution and a common Western European heritage. This group often resisted incorporating other peoples from different traditions into the nation, including former slaves, immigrants from Asia and Southern Europe, and Native Americans. Think about the methods of people of the Western European ancestry used to exclude people from other traditions from full participation in national life, and about the consequences of such exclusionary practices on the development of the U.S. from the 19th century all the way to the present. Why do ideas about who belongs in the nation have the political or the potential to generate so much conflict, unquote. This short paragraph has a lot of ideologies packed in it, presented as fact. These unfortunate ideologies identified in this paragraph include three main ideologies that House Bill 3979, about to be signed by our governor, will prohibit teachers from teaching in the classroom as our state legislature has identified it as harmful to our children. Culturally, throughout time, there were many inequities in governments throughout the world. Women were not able to vote, and slavery unfortunately existed in lots of nations. Since that time, America has corrected these inherent wrongs and is currently one of the most inclusive nations in the world. The harmful implication in this proposed LISD Social Studies book is that the U.S. was the only nation in the world that was experiencing these things. For example, women obtained the right to vote in America in 1920, while they did not obtain the right until 1953 in Mexico, India in 1950, and 1971 in Switzerland, federal elections. Switzerland, it's in Europe. The U.S. got rid of slavery in 1865 after we became a nation in 1776, rid itself of the Jim Crow laws in the 1950s that enforced racial segregation. 1972, I'm sorry, I still had a lot, I can't read that fast, but it seems like the microphone kept cutting out, so.
We could hear you if you want to just close up your last statement.
I think my last statement is we just spent a lot of money, wasted a lot of money on bad curriculum, a lot of my money and everybody else's. So let's think twice before we do that again.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to move on to the next speaker, Brandy Berkman.
Hi, thank you. It is absolutely infuriating that we have gone this far. I've spent the past few days reviewing the new AP Social Studies textbooks. The fact that the College Board approved this should raise eyebrows over what sort of education is to be expected in higher education as well. This is nothing short of an attempt to rewrite history and paint America as a hateful country. If you're going to push propaganda like this, you should probably consider returning our tax dollars. I understand the tumultuous history of our nation. We all have a past, and hopefully we can learn from it. Over and over, the text references white male elites as oppressors. This theme is evident in the additional resources and readings found on the CCAC link as well. Over and over, the concept of the Enlightenment ideals of freedom and equality is referenced. Let me remind you that our country was founded on these principles. These aren't just ideals. And so again, I will remind you that if you move to approve this garbage, please return our tax dollars. Scientific racism is a term. It's in the book. It wasn't in the previous books, because I have those. I compared them. It's introduced as if it's a fact. I will factually let you know that this term doesn't exist anywhere else. Popular racism is introduced. On a more popular level, there is no need for elaborate scientific theories to justify racist prejudices. Representative of imperial and colonial powers routinely adopted racist views. What is this? Why is it in a history book? The entire chapter covering World War II intentionally left out Pearl Harbor. The one sentence in the text refers to Pearl Harbor as a conflict in December 1941. They wouldn't even use the term Pearl Harbor in our history textbook. I don't even know how the district can bring this to the table and look at any service member in the face. Fidel Castro is labeled as a budding politician, while Karl Marx is merely wanted a just and equitable society. The leadership you have chosen for our district continues to lie to us regarding the education he's trying to push out to our children. Perhaps I should have said lack of education rather. It is clear and intentional that there is an agenda. I would hope that our elected school board members will not move forward with approving this indoctrination garbage that rewrites our nation's history. As parents and taxpayers, we are fed up. HB 3979, here if you need the text, is awaiting Governor Abbott's signature, and we're prepared to dismantle this insanity with grievances. I also want to point out how inappropriate it is for a school board member's spouse to get on social media and attack parents for sharing information about the textbooks and accuse them of being uneducated. This would typically be considered a conflict of interest, and perhaps that board member should consider recusing themselves. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to ask everyone, this is a meeting of the Board of Trustees. This is our meeting, so we need to move it along. If you could keep your celebrations and accolades down to a minimum. That way we can go through all the comments. So if this is a meeting of the Board of Trustees, we're going to move on to the next speaker. If you could please give that speaker the same respect that we gave the previous speaker. Stephanie?
Good evening. Thank you all for being here, including you, Trish, up on the screen. I really appreciate your time and your energy and all that you've done for our district. This has been a wild ride of a year. There's a lot of things I want to talk about today, and I'm really working to kind of figure out what I want to focus on. And the thing that stands out most to me is that all year, at almost every meeting, you guys have talked about continuous improvement. Continuous improvement is very important. I too value continuous improvement. That's been a goal of mine. When my child was diagnosed as autistic, there was a lot to take in. I reached out, got training and education from professionals, and as my kid got older, I began to seek out the voices of autistic adults. By listening to them, I learned what questions to ask. They opened a whole new world and a way to communicate with my child that struggles with communication. They gave me the words my child could not, because I could ask him, is this something like what you experience? Not only that, it was hard. They called out a lot of things as wrong, abusive, and hateful that I had done with good intentions. It is very hard to make continuous improvement because without acknowledging your faults, your mistakes, and your errors, you cannot do that. The knowledge from the autistic community that I am not a part of, but my child is, has done amazing things for allowing me a window in and an opportunity for understanding. And yes, a lot of discomfort with where we are wrong. Did you know we have kids that struggle with social communications, and yet we expect them to meet us at our standards instead of asking our kids that are proficient in social communication to meet them where they are? That doesn't make sense. Why would we ask somebody that can't lift 100 pounds to lift 150 when we can lift 300? This is how our society is set up. Is it comfortable? No. Our government has clear instructions that there is a separation of church and state. Our community happens to have a lot of Christians. I grew up Christian. I don't identify that way anymore, but I'm familiar with the culture. It's a community that I have spent time in. That doesn't give me the right to bring my community into the school or to expect my school to represent my morals and my bounds. And so that means me having conversations with my kids on how I disagree with what they're learning. So I hope that as you discuss today, you look around the room and you ask, who's missing? Like they ask you at your training on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to call up the next 3 speakers. Next 3 speakers are Francesca, Ash Pierce, and Chad Pierce. I have Francesca first. Francesca, whenever you're ready, you can just hit the microphone and the timer will start. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you all so much for your time. I'd like to begin by saying thank you to Dr. Gehring and the board for keeping our kids safe during this last COVID-filled year. As a high-risk household, we were so grateful for the measures that you took to make sure that our students stayed as healthy as possible when they needed to go back in person. I'm here tonight to encourage the district to continue its work on inclusion, diversity, and equity. I have listened to conversations at board meetings for multiple years, attended the listening session, and reviewed the presentation attached to the board agenda. And while I am thrilled to see items like the creation of the Office of DEI, I remain concerned that we are not doing enough, and in some cases that we might be starting to fail by going backwards. I have heard a lot that we don't have a problem, or as mentioned in the presentation, that I've never seen a problem because my kids are fine and have kids of all different races. The numerous children and parents who have tried to ask for help at meetings like this one say differently, and those are the people that we should be listening to. To prioritize the loud voices saying that everything's fine, or move on, this is just a distraction, or just teach math, is an insult to our marginalized populations who have spoken up, and to everyone who doesn't feel like they can or should speak up because no one is listening to them. In the presentation, the phrases anti-white sentiment, liberal ideology, and highlight the positive are used, some of them multiple times. Those phrases are concerning because inclusion, diversity, and equity are not political. Teachers aren't pushing any agendas by making sure that every student has an equal and good experience and by acknowledging that, yes, we do have problems. They aren't pushing any type of sentiment by teaching perspectives that are unpleasant or lessons that are hard to hear. Trying to make lessons more positive is a disservice to our education because a lot of times they just aren't positive, and they shouldn't be hidden from kids who are old enough to understand the difference. When I asked my son what he loved about a book that was pulled from his classroom, in large part due to the difficult race conversations, he said he liked it because it's real. It's not all happy or trying to make everything nice, it's just what happened. In the same conversation, he talked about how students have been told not to discuss certain topics in the classroom, including his debate class, because they don't know how to debate or feelings would get hurt or parents would complain. In the school quality survey coming later in this agenda, a full 51% of our secondary students said that their teachers don't relate lessons to life out of school. How are these kids supposed to learn how to have serious, hard conversations if not in the place where they spend most of their time? How is avoiding diversity and equity and the real causes of our failure and the means for fixing it teaching them anything? How does it make our marginalized students feel safe when we tell them that we can't discuss their problems because other people say they don't exist? Real life includes our ability to make sure that we are standing up for those who are not being treated fairly and to make sure that everyone has a place to be heard. School is about math, reading and writing, like all of these groups are saying, but it is also about socializing and learning to think critically. It is not supposed to be an echo chamber. Let's start listening to the voices that keep getting pushed aside, and let's make sure that these students are ready for real life, which involves inclusion, equity, and diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move to Ash Pierce.
I came on Saturday morning to the special board meeting that discussed equity and diversity inclusion with an open heart and mind. In my house, we respect everyone regardless of appearances, even when others do not do the same. We all need to strive for this and start loving each other. I want to share my experience from Saturday, both the good and the bad. When I arrived, I recorded a pan of the room from the back to give my husband an idea of the number of people present. After all, it was an open meeting, and recording it was my right under the Open Meetings Act. However, I was confronted by a district teacher that let me know that she did not give consent for me to record the room. It was to my surprise that she spoke during the citizen comments, which was recorded and shared online. So why was she upset with my recording, especially since it is within my right to record? She did not stay for the training, and even though she spoke in favor of it tonight. I took notes and several pictures of the slides to get a good grasp on the material. To my dismay, I was pulled outside by district staff to let me know that the slides were not being shared to the public online, and if I shared the pictures of the slides, that I could be sued by the presenter. How is this building trust? How is this not a violation of the Open Meetings Act? Don't the taxpayers at home deserve the entire presentation? If the presenter was not allowed to accommodate us, why would we hire them? Lastly, where were the sources? The presenters prepared hours of training material but did not divulge any sources. In school, I always had to cite my sources when presenting. Is supporting material no longer important? For example, when the presenter was explaining that babies were born with biases, I waited for supporting evidence that never came. This makes me believe this is all a matter of opinion. Facts are important. I have a problem with equity and diversity inclusion training because it lacks a focus on civil rights and equality. Plus, it's based on feelings and emotions instead of actual facts. If you want to learn about equality, which should be the ultimate goal, why not hire a civil rights veteran who actually fought for it? This is what Leander ISD did when they hired Bob Woodson, and he debunked all of the training you just took on Saturday, because it has nothing to do with civil rights and actual equality. Lastly, but most importantly, I met a diverse group of great parents that were all of different ages and backgrounds and cared enough about their kids and their community to be here at 9 a.m. on a Saturday. We connected on so many levels during and after the presentation, and it came naturally. We didn't need the training in order to do this. We just needed a time and place to connect, and for that, I am grateful. Pushing personal and political beliefs on our children while disregarding parents' continual requests to stop, violating school policies, and not adhering to state laws and regulations is unethical. Choose love always. If you can't do that, you won't be leading this district. In my opinion, equality unifies, equity divides. Don't segregate us. Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next speaker, and that is Chad Pierce.
I want to read you a synopsis from a book that is part of the new social studies curriculum being introduced to you for approval. This book is titled Summary and Analysis of White Fragility: Why It's So Hard for White People to Talk About Racism by Robin DiAngelo. Robin DiAngelo explores the idea that white Americans are socialized to keep silent on race issues. This inhibits their ability to tolerate any discussion on racial equality and justice. The result is that white people often become defensive and argumentative when their racist assumptions are openly challenged. White fragility is defined as a state in which even minimum amount of racial stress becomes intolerable, triggering a range of defensive moves. When a white person is challenged about a racist idea or a statement that have been made, they often lash out or withdraw, claiming that they are not racist. The problem is that many white people believe that racism is an event that is perpetuated by an evil person, but this is not true. Racism is a system and a structure that pervades every facet of American society, and all white people are silent beneficiaries of the system. This means that you can be a good person but still hold racist views. DiAngelo contends that white people do this all the time without even realizing it. The author recommends white people must learn to tolerate conversations about racism without getting defensive or apathetic. White people must deeply examine their lives and begin to challenge their racist assumptions. Texas House Bill 3979, which is only pending on the governor's signature, states the following: a teacher, administrator, or other employee of a state agency, school district, or open enrollment charter school may not require or make part of a course that An individual, by virtue of the individual's race or sex, is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously. If you prove any curriculum that is similar to the text I just read you, not only will you directly be violating state law, but you will expect grievances filed in future lawsuits. Do not blame improper book vetting this time. I've made you fully aware beforehand. It is now public record. I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. You're going to teach my kids that it's wrong to be white? That they have an issue just because they're white?
Thank you. We're going to call up the next two speakers, and that is Tristan and Bart. Is Tristan here? Okay. No, Perla, you signed up for the 3 public hearings, but not for the citizen comments. You meant to sign up for citizen comments and not the public hearings? Okay. Would you like... You didn't sign up for the public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to move on, and I'll have someone reach out to you. I'll let her talk to you, and that way we can move on. Go ahead. Sorry, yes, it is yours. If you go ahead and hit the microphone button, and your timer will start.
I want to first start by reading the actual definition of racism. Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group. So, any material teaching, stating, or insinuating that one race is superior to another or one race is inferior to another is in fact racist. The curriculum you are voting on tonight does include racist teachings throughout. The online resources to be used as part of this curriculum specifically talk about race in the inferiority or superiority of one versus another, and comments that are opinion and not documented by facts. The textbooks focus on racism, hatred of our country, remove historical events, show known communist and Marxist global leaders in a positive light, furthering the push that this is good and American democracy is bad. These are just a few examples of what you have and will hear about tonight. These all violate HB 3979. Here are some questions you each need to consider before you agree to vote in favor of these textbooks and curriculum changes. Have you personally read through the material teachers and students will be required to read, watch, and listen to? Have you personally reviewed HB 3979 and the specific wording of what material will not be allowed to be taught in Texas schools starting this fall? Have you personally compared HB 3979 requirements in the new material found in this proposed curriculum to see what will become illegal when this becomes law? Have you personally shared your feedback of your research with fellow board members so that they are aware that this proposed curriculum to be voted on tonight is illegal? If you can't say yes to every one of these questions, then you should not be voting on this curriculum tonight unless your vote is no. You will personally be in violation of the Texas law and will be held accountable for it. Trying to sneak this vote in and potentially approve this curriculum tonight before HB 39 is officially signed by the governor doesn't make it okay and doesn't get you the material grandfathered in. It does, however, waste our tax dollars, which we really can't afford to do given our budget deficit and F financial rating situation. These books and resources will not be able to be used come fall. As you are well aware, we are watching, we are awake. Parents are 100% prepared to monitor every assignment, every book read, video watched, and we are 100% prepared to file a grievance for every single violation we witness from this point forward. The only correct vote tonight is no regarding this curriculum change. Let me state that again. The only correct vote tonight is no. We are watching. We are here to remind you, you work for us. You are responsible to represent us, to protect our children, and to follow the law. And you can and will be removed from your position if you continue to make the wrong choices.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next speaker, and the next speaker is Bart Hopkins.
Hi there. Excuse me. I'm here this evening as a parent and a member of the community. I want to applaud everyone who's spoken tonight, even those who I don't agree with, for coming out to defend what they believe in. I've watched a lot of things unfold the past few years in LISD, and I don't blame the board for every bad thing, but I do hold you accountable for making the right decision for our kids. As a parent, I charge you with ensuring that we have unbiased and positive influences in our classrooms. I ask you to consider these ideas and not approve the social studies curriculum that you are planning on voting on tonight. Teachers who choose to discuss current events or controversial issues of public policy or social affairs should present all perspectives and varied viewpoints. Grading and credit should not be given based on political activism. Teachers shouldn't be proclaiming on social media that they are going to rally their students. Teachers and administrators should not teach or imply that one race or sex is superior to any other. Our kids should not be taught that an individual should be discriminated against or receive adverse treatment solely because of their race. Kids should not be taught that an individual, by virtue of his or her race, bears responsibility for the actions of other people of their race. Kids should be taught to treat all people with dignity and respect. I'm not saying anything different from a lot of the people that have already come forward tonight. Kids should be taught that moral character isn't determined by race or sex. Various training that produces compassion is good, and I'm not an opponent of DEI. I understand the need for diversity, equity, and inclusion. However, training that is done in such a way that it conveys race or sex stereotyping, or that it places blame on someone else because of their race or sex isn't the answer. That's answering racism with racism. We embrace diversity in this nation or we perish. Our history is checkered. But correcting wrongs with more wrongs isn't the answer. Circumventing the rights of us as parents isn't the answer, and I urge you to pursue positive, non-divisive methods and tools for our kids. Give them the ability to think. Don't feed them what to think. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Perla.
My name is Perla Hopkins, and I have 3 beautiful multi-ethnic children. They all went through LISD during their secondary education. This is my husband. He served and retired out of the military after 22 years. So I came on Saturday because I definitely believe that diversity drives innovation. And if you look at my family, we are as diverse as can be, and we've served our country. We didn't come to LISD so that you would consider my husband my oppressor and my children less than you because of their background, because they're military kids, because they're Hispanic, because they were born in Germany. And according to your officials, I must have brought them here to bump others off, because how dare they be intelligent? So the only one that's dividing, the only ones that are discriminating and creating all of this division, all of this hatred that even plays out on social media is coming from you. Out of Darkness is a novel given to Leander ISD 9th grade English students. The Lexile level is a 660, equivalent to 3rd grade reading ability. In addition to racial slurs, child murder, rape of a child murdering his father, and negative connotations of Christianity, I read you now a few sample excerpts, but I will skip the N-word and use racial slur instead. He shifted in his pajamas, and a part of him that made him a man stuck out, reddish, purple, and frightening. She had never seen one before, except on a baby. He lifted her hand to his mouth and licked it. Then he lowered her hand down and closed around the hardness. She watched her hand move back and forth like it didn't belong to her. Henry's whole body shuddered. "Come on," he said. He walked her to the bathroom and guided her hand under the sink. There, all better. After a while, she heard him snoring. She crept to the bathroom, locked the door, and scrubbed everywhere he had touched her. For the boys, pussy, or the idea of pussy, is a Mexican, she said plenty loud for us to hear. The girls among us followed Miranda's lead and began to tally flaws. Clothes from 5 years ago, a braid long out of style, patch on hem of her dress, and also, how come her name is Smith when Smith isn't Mexican? Look at her, making those eyes at Fred Carter, not wasting any time. The boys among us had no trouble getting past the plain clothes and laying down plans. Take her out back, we boys figured, then hand on titties, put it in her coin box, put it in her cornhole, grab a hold of that braid, rub that calico. Please stop the racism and treating children like mine and others to hate themselves because of the color of their skin. Thank you.
Thank you, Perla. That concludes our citizen comments. Before we move into the next agenda item, I had a request for a short 5-minute break. Okay, we're going to, do I need to call us back in from a break?
No, just get started.
No, okay, we're just going to get started. We're going to continue with our board meeting, and we're going to start with public hearing, an annual review of end-of-course accelerated instruction. This is a public hearing, and I will introduce Kimberly Waltman to walk us through this.
Good evening. I thought Madam President, but it looks like she is not up there. Members of the board and Dr. Gearing, I am here tonight with Jen Freeman, our Director of Intervention Services, to talk about the annual review of end-of-course accelerated instruction and also hold a public hearing. So the purpose of this presentation is to provide information and hold the public hearing regarding the effectiveness of LISD's accelerated instruction program in accordance with the Texas Education Code 29.081. Just a reminder of the state requirements that House Bill 5 requires students to fulfill the requirements of 5 content areas via STAR end of course or substitute assessments in these 5 courses. And that any student that does not perform satisfactorily on the EOC must receive intervention, and that we must evaluate the effectiveness of these interventions in a public hearing. So this is a very different year, so we will be reporting differently than in previous years. Since TEA canceled the 2020 Spring STAR test due to COVID-19, they allowed any student enrolled in high school end of course that passes and earns credit to be exempt from the corresponding EOC. Due to this change, we're going to shift our focus for the 2020 spring to course completion, and we'll examine how students that did not gain credit but attempted testing in December 2020 and how they fared in the cumulative rates. So in this graph here, again, we are shifting to EOC course completion. The students in blue that are represented there passed the course, and they were COVID exempt from the EOC, the STAR EOC. And the students in yellow did not pass the course or did not meet the EOC requirements. And so the students in yellow, just to compare to previous years, this is about similar to where we are in previous years with the number of students that did not meet the EOC requirement.
So starting in fall of 2020, the students that did not meet the standard or requirement were given several different types of accelerated instruction. As you can see, some students were served in an advisory capacity where they met during that time for structured interventions. They also had small group intervention during classroom time, and then they also had independent ways to study the curriculum. They had individualized practice activities as well as online platforms like IXL and Foundations for Learning to support them. Here we see the pass rate by intervention. So of the 637 non-completed courses across the 5 subjects, 467 students primarily got support through advisory. 70% of those students actually tested in December, and 29% of that 70% actually passed. So, and then we had 66 students that primarily got support through classroom interventions. 64% tested in December, and of those 64%, 17% of them passed. And then finally, we had 73 students were primarily supported through independent means. 82% were tested. Of that 82% that tested, 52% passed. And please note that students, this is the primary way that they received intervention, but they may have a combination of all 3. So you can see here that we have a very high cumulative pass rate after the December tests. In comparison to last year, all of the rates were higher, with the exception of biology and U.S. history, which remained pretty static. And then we have our individual graduation committees. So that was allowed under Senate Bill 149. Students who qualify for this, as of the current or the traditional way, they were allowed up to 2 tests to not pass standard. For those 2 tests, they were able to complete a alternate project in order to show that proficiency. We had 52 graduates in 2021 that went through this. But then, as you may know, recently House Bill 999 passed just at the end of May there. That opened up the numbers to allow for students with more than 2 EOCs to go ahead and graduate via IGC. But really that only resulted in about 6 additional graduates for that. The thing that struck me with this is that it is actually lower than the amount of IGC graduates we had in 2020.
And at this time, we will open up for discussion or questions from the board.
Is it okay if we go to the public hearing?
Absolutely.
Okay. It appears that I have one person signed up for public comment on this issue, and that would be Perla Hopkins. Hold on one second, Perla. I want to make sure that we're ready to. Oh, he's got it.
I'd like to carry on with EOCs. Perhaps we are not meeting standards or providing our students with the correct instructional materials, which would explain any deficiencies in EOC performance. When we are giving them 1 novel per year, possibly some students no novels per year to read and grow in ELA. Perhaps it's because of literature such as this. What do you do with a field you own? You plow it. He walked over to Naomi. Lie down, he told her. Don't do this, Henry. Naomi's lip trembled as she spoke. Down, Henry ordered. She dropped to her knees. The clouds cleared then, and tears shone on her face. Beto wanted to run to her, but he couldn't move. Lie back. Open your legs. Stop crying. Are there any children here?
There may be children watching, but there are no children
So
here.
this is the literature that you're giving our children. 9th graders. Could be ages 12 to 15. Lie back. Open your legs. Stop crying. Don't try to tell me this is the first time you've done this, Henry said. Henry, which is her stepfather, by the way, which I was gaslighted by yet another one of your leaders, people that represent you on Saturday, that this is perfectly good literature because she read the whole book. One of your leaders. And she excused this, the discrimination, the racial slurs, because the stepfather's last name is Smith. So that's why. That's why this is appropriate. It's just a last name thing. When I myself have daughters who wear braids, whose last name is Hopkins, but their culture is Mexican, Guatemalan, German, American. You've lied enough already, he said. Then he pushed her back until her head was on the ground. Beto, you come here, watch, but don't try anything. I've got the gun right here. Red seeped from Naomi's thigh. Her eyes were glassy in the starlight. Tell Robbie to kill that racial slur used for a black male. He said to her. She shook her head. Tell him, no lo hagas, mi amor. ¿Sabes? Tell him, damn it. Nunca, nunca, Naomi murmured.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. That concludes our comments, our citizen comments in the public hearing, and we'll go back to discussion of this item.
The students that required interventions for EOC, where did they go after that? Did they stay in RTI? Did they go into a special education route, 504? Where are these students at now?
Are you specifically?
The ones that were for advisory, classroom interventions, and independent. Because, I mean, if they're needing interventions for this, what does that process look like afterwards?
Yeah, and we do. We continue to support and monitor them through our different interventions. For the purpose of our discussion, and we usually frame it this way. We look at 1 year's worth of data because it's kind of difficult to piece it out as they do all of the retests, but we continue to support them.
So are they in like a formal intervention status, or is it just students that y'all identify that need extra assistance?
They're in a formal intervention status.
That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
I appreciate you citing the statute at the beginning of the presentation. I think, if I understand correctly, the purpose of the presentation is to give us an opportunity to evaluate the effectiveness of the interventions offered for those students who did not pass on the first attempt. The way that the data was presented made it a little difficult to do that, but I think I kind of backed into the data. So I'm going to list a couple of conclusions, I guess. Tell me if I'm at least moving in the right direction, right? Based on the data presented in the presentation, it looks like about half of the students who did not pass initially the U.S. history end of course exam were able to pass after the interventions. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. So about 50% effectiveness for U.S. history. For biology, it looks like that rate is about 32%. Is that approximately correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And if you don't have the data, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm trying, per the statute, to estimate the effectiveness of the interventions per exam, right? It looked like the other exams, our effectiveness was significantly lower. For Algebra 1, it looked like about a 10% effectiveness rate. English 1, about 7%, and English 2, about 12%. Is that in the right ballpark?
I honestly would have to go back and examine it a little bit closer.
Okay.
But Mr. Johnson, I know that you are very well versed in data. So, but I will say, I do feel like some of the numbers are a little bit, I don't want to say skewed, but we did have much lower numbers this year overall as far as the students that we were remediating for. And so sometimes I think when you're dealing with the smaller numbers like that, the percentages can sometimes not be represented as well, if that makes sense.
Sure. I think that was another kind of contextual question I had because it was a very different year.
Yes.
And so wanted to understand how all of the other operational changes affected our use of these interventions. Mm-hmm. And one other related question, it looked like, I don't know, between 65 and 80% of students who weren't successful on first administration retested, which left a somewhat significant percentage that did not attempt a second time. And I just wanted to understand if the COVID environment affected the percentage that attempted or how that affected our overall success.
Absolutely. I can say with confidence that our December numbers of retesters were very low. And of course, we didn't have, typically what we see is we do the summer, after the EOCs, they test again in June. And so we recoup about 50% of our non-passers in that summer administration. And then we go on, and December is lower. This year, really, it was all based on that course completion, which, as you could see, we had a large number of course completions to begin with in the EOC, had a relatively small number of those that needed to remediate. and then had a smaller number of those students that actually showed up in December.
Are there any further questions? This is not an action item for tonight, so we will see this on our agenda for voting later. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move to the next item on our agenda, 5B, public hearing on technology and instructional materials allotment, AP Human Geography and AP World History. And I'm going to call up Ms. Jennifer Collins and Mr. Kip Harmon.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I think most of you know Kip Harmon. He is our secondary coordinator, senior coordinator for social studies curriculum in the district. And so I have phoned a friend in case you have specific questions about our curriculum or any of the resources this evening. As a reminder, at our last meeting, we did a full presentation of the overview of the TEMA process and made recommendations for our AP Human Geography course and our AP World History course. As a reminder, AP courses are not on a traditional cycle of adoption. We don't have proclamations for those like we do for our Texas courses. Instead, it's been 8 years since we adopted our courses and our resources have expired. And so we will no longer have access to electronic resources after last year, right? So we're already to the place where we no longer have access to those electronic resources. We do still have hard copies of the resources that we had from the previous years. All teachers that teach those courses, because there are so few of them, were an integral part of the vetting process and were a part of the recommendation process. Many of them even use these resources with students to kind of try them out and get feedback from kids along the way. Based on your feedback, we did reopen the process to allow people to come and take another look at our resources, both in person here at the district office as well as online. We did not receive any formal feedback from our feedback form over the last couple of weeks. So we do still have the recommendation that we made last week regarding the 2 resources, but we can of course accommodate any time needed if you guys have additional questions that you need to have answered from us. So we will open it up to you.
Any board questions?
Let me start with a couple procedural questions. You indicated that because of our current, I guess, license for digital materials has expired, leaving us without a license, a current license for digital materials. What would happen if we were unable to approve this request for these new materials?
So our students could still have access to hard copies of textbooks in the classroom. I believe most of the time there are enough resources for students to have individual copies. Most of the time they actually take them home, and then there's another set that's made available for students to use in the classroom. So those resources are still available. All of our teacher planning resources are digital, so teachers would not have access to any planning resources, and there would not be any resources available in Google Classroom for our students. Students would have to rely on the hard copy textbook because the digital access would be missing. Kip, is there anything else specific?
No, I think you covered it all.
Okay. So it sounds like we have roundabout enough materials for students, but we may have a problem in terms of teacher access to teaching materials. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So from a timing perspective, when do you need a decision, or when do we need to, as a board, approve new materials so that you can go forward effectively in preparation for next year?
So we were hoping to have approval in June so that we could work through the month of July with our instructional technology department to make sure that our students had the access they needed before the first day of school. Voting this week would be ideal. Voting next week would be okay as well. If we push the vote back to the July board meeting date, it's going to put us in a really tough spot with the vendors to make sure that we're able to get everything that we need before the first day of school. I know that they will work with us and do all that they can, but we have had, it's not a simple process to integrate with our system.
Okay, final question for me for now. Help us distinguish between the textbook approval and some of the other related materials that have been cited in citizen comments and elsewhere as part of the curriculum?
So the textbook is just the textbook itself, that material. What I think what was being referred to was part of the CAC materials, and those were simply as references materials for the participants to utilize if they wished. None of those things are in any of our documents, curriculum documents, or in any of our classrooms as a part of our social studies curriculum. They were purely there for learning for those who were part of the CAC, and that's all those are for.
Okay, so we'll call them just contextual materials. How would parents or members of the community get access to the official or actual curriculum, not just the textbooks? Because I think there are concerns that go, I would say, along with the textbooks themselves, and folks will want to have a level of comfort about the full curriculum, I think.
I'm not sure how we would manage that. I'd have to find out what our process is on that. I know right now we have our year at a glance available on the website, but not the specific documents themselves. I mean, we could work on a process to get that done.
Okay.
Can you talk to us a little bit about the difference between AP Social Studies and how these materials are different with the College Board than our traditional Texas history or U.S. history courses? Sure. A lot of the materials for AP courses are generally going to be it's going to be addressing what the College Board audit has asked the textbook companies to write them for. So you're they're not necessarily going to align with our TEKS. However, that's what we add to that to make sure that we cover the standards for the state. And then we also make sure that any resources that we provide for the teachers to add to that are addressing those things. Also, in some of these AP texts, there are concepts and materials and things that are college level because it is a college level course. And so it is an optional course for students to take. They don't have to take that course. They can still take the world history course and still receive world history credit. That's the basic difference you're going to see in most of these texts. And in most of the texts, too, they're written at a little higher level. A lot of them are college texts themselves.
During your vetting process with the teachers that teach this material, was there any raise for concern during that review or during those discussions?
None that I had, and none in the material, in the rubrics scores that we had, and the feedback from the teachers. This text and the other text that was considered were the two top highest rated text materials and are used across the country in classrooms across the country. So there were no concerns raised to us similar to what came up tonight.
And I talked to a WAP professor, but she said there's only two options, right, that the AP board approved. So we had a choice between two textbooks.
There's probably more than two. Most of the time there's 7 to 8, sometimes even more than that, depending on how many books publishers have put out. But I'd have to go back and look at the College Board AP World site to check. I was on the AP Human site just the other day, and I think there's about 9 or 10 at least on there that were approved. And really, we say approved, but those are just suggested texts that the College Board says these meet our requirements.
I was going to add on to Alexa's question. So these are texts that the AP College Board approves or recommends to prepare students to do well on the AP exams, or covers the content, I'd
Yes.
say, that's on the AP courses.
Yes, that is correct.
I'm noticing y'all presented this to DWEC. I'd be curious to know what kind of input you got from DWEC and also from the CAC.
Well, from CACAC, we encouraged them to go online and utilize the online feedback form, and we had no feedback from there. And I believe we also did the same thing at DWIC. We provided them the online feedback form there, and we had no feedback from there at that point either.
So my next question is, I'm seeing on the slide the resource consideration. Y'all began with a total of 9 resources. Did those 9 resources get to those committees, or were they already narrowed down before they got there? And who narrowed them down?
Our teachers narrowed it down to the top 2 resources that we originally presented with.
Okay. And so when they were they presented at different times? I'm just assuming, just according to the timeline, when you presented it to the various committees?
To CACAC and to, yes, towards the, I think it was in April to CACAC, and I believe it was in April as well to DWIC.
Okay, and so I'm just trying to understand.
Sure.
It was like on an agenda item for those 2 committees, and you gave input, and you allowed the members of those committees to give full input on this, these 2 books?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm just going to clarify really quickly, these two books that we're going, that are up for consideration are for AP Human Geography and for World History AP, not U.S. History AP.
That is correct.
Just making sure we're clear. Thank you.
And so I'll weigh in a little bit now. Step me back through the additional resources for the CCAC committee. Did the DWIC committee have access to those same online resources? Or were they instructed that, hey, if you want additional contextual support as we go through this, read these?
No, those weren't for DWIC. They were really just for the CACAC to utilize, again, like I said, for their own education as we were working on the process for CACAC. CACAC, we were focusing on our 5th, 8th, and 11th grade curriculum, which is all U.S. history. And the purpose was really to expand the story and make sure we were telling the stories of people that were not in our current materials in curriculum. And so those resources were exactly that, just pure learning resources for those on the CACAC.
So I had a number of parents, and here's one of the hard things about being a board member. We have a room full of parents who have come up and spoke tonight about their displeasure of what we're about to vote on. And quite honestly, I'm not in disagreement with a lot of the sentiment. And the issue that you face as a board member is when you want to ask these hard questions on the heels of so many people and citizens' comments, now am I playing to the audience? I'm not. Those are our bosses. Those are the ones that vote us in and out of office. That's your boss, right? That's our boss. So I had a number of these folks here and elsewhere throughout the district send me these resources. And for context, my degree program is in human services. I am currently writing a research paper on gender identity issues in pre-adolescence. So trust me when I say I go into this with an open mind. Those resources were one-sided. They were absolutely one-sided. I understand the frustration. We have to understand, with what's been going on this year, COVID notwithstanding, we have to do a better job. And CCAC is parents of the community. DWIC is parents of the community. Why would we give a set of resources to one and not the other? Level the playing field. I don't know where I fall on this, but we have to do a better job of vetting this stuff. And what I'll say to those that came up and gave public testimony tonight, we do have to have some hard conversations about things that happened in history. One of the speakers said, we have a checkered past in America. It's absolutely correct. But we also have to be very intentional and mindful of how we have that conversation about our checkered past. So I don't know where I land on this right now, but those resources that really don't apply to world geography or world history didn't to me they didn't go together. So.
Well, they were separate from the from the textbook. Those are not, take that, the textbook process that we went through, those two materials are not a part of the CACAC process that we were going through. So those were two separate processes. The CACAC was meant specifically for 5, 8, and 11, looking at our curriculum documents. And that was a process that we started before we even started looking at textbooks for AP Human and AP World History. Those resources that were on that website for the CACAC were meant only for personal use to read and learn, or watch and learn about what else might be missing in our, who else's stories might be missing in our curriculum documents. That's truly all it was for. Those do not have anything to do with the two textbooks that we're asking tonight to be approved.
Kip, can you, sorry to interrupt you, Jim, can you just clarify, so did these two textbooks ever get in front of CACAC members?
Yes, they did.
Okay, just the two textbooks, and that was a completely separate conversation?
That was a separate conversation with the CACAC in one of the last two meetings that we had. I believe it was the second to last meeting we had in April.
Okay, so I got that. So maybe my root issue is with those additional resources that were presented to the CCAC. Second question, and I hate to put anybody on the spot. I'm not an educator. I didn't go to school and get a teaching certificate so I could sit on the school board. I'm a parent. This is your world. This is what you do. Fortunately or unfortunately, the one that has to live or die by the decisions that y'all make and present to us, right? But I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. Bringing us this recommendation after our current resources have already expired kind of seems to jam it down our throats a little bit, because right now, just like Aaron said, what do we do if I'm not ready to pull the trigger on this? Now I'm hearing, well, we're going to be severely limited. It just seems to me that we could have somehow or other backed this up somehow. That's just my personal opinion, but it does put me in kind of a weird spot, right? That we're basically driving without a seatbelt, and you're saying, well, here's the only seatbelt we have. So those are my comments and questions. Thank you for the clarity on the additional resources.
I think having listened to our speakers this evening and citizen comments, given our history, sort of where we are as a community right now, trust, as you heard, is in a bit of short supply. And I think the appropriate response is sunlight, transparency. I think whatever we can do to make more of our curricular materials publicly accessible is a good thing right now. I think if there are other instructional materials that we would also accept, giving our community an opportunity to review those or suggest modifications to our selection might be an appropriate response here as well. I think a little time and a little sunlight certainly helps to build trust. So my recommendation would be that we certainly not make a decision this evening. Depending on how things progress, we could consider this again at our next June meeting. If we need to go into July, then maybe we explore that. But I also recognize the challenge of starting a school year without materials in hand, and we don't want to handicap our instructors. But at the same time, if we're making a material change in our instructional materials, that's exactly what our community is supposed to participate in the conversation with us to do. So I want to make sure that we have an opportunity for full review of those materials. And I think based on what I heard this evening, even the folks who participated in the CCAC have concerns about their access to the materials that are being recommended as part of CCAC. So I think we still have room to go in exposing more of those materials and more of our curriculum to the community for feedback.
I would love to know what our teachers, our AP Human Geo teachers, what they said about these books and the 9 other books. Because I just had a child do WAP, and that is an incredibly hard class. I don't know if any of y'all have seen the current textbook or even seen the AP. My son got a 5. But I'm just wondering, like for me, what I'm thinking about, is this going to help our students succeed? That test is incredibly hard. That's what I'm looking for, because I'm assuming the other 9 textbooks are that were adopted by the College Board. I mean, we all know how textbooks and the textbook fight is. What were their thoughts? Why did they pick these 2? What were the other, like, I'm very curious about their feedback. Because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are going to be teaching this to my child.
Sure. I can tell you that a couple of the, some of the feedback, particularly on the world history one, the teachers were really looking for readability and access. And this text had the students, and they had students use the text in class as well to give them some feedback. And they said the students really liked the readability of this text. It was not like the current text that we have, which is a college-level text, and it is dense, and it is thick, and it is hard to read. And we had many students, these are 10th graders, 15-year-olds, it's hard. And so this text allowed for what they felt like the best opportunity for students to access the material and learn it. The same with the AP Human Geography text. This text was it's a brand new text, and it's the first edition. But what the teachers liked about this text, it's the same thing. That and the fact that this material from National Geographic really focused on the writing process and provided students a really good foundation in preparing them for the writing portion of the test. And that's something that I know across the board our teachers have really struggled with, finding how can we help students get better at the writing process for that test. And this provides some really fantastic materials in a way that spirals through the course itself to really build on the knowledge and the skills the students are going to need to be successful on the test. So those are, I mean, just over the top general conversation comments, that's what I can tell you.
Could you clarify for us, please, the feedback opportunities that our community had in the selection process, the feedback that we gathered, what feedback there was, and how this feedback cycle compared to other feedback cycles that we conduct with similar team selection?
Yeah, sure. So because it's not a typical review cycle, we set a timeline out for what we thought would be the right way to kind of pace along and get feedback from our teachers throughout the course of the process. As a part of the process, we knew that we needed and wanted to get feedback from the DWIC team. So after the teachers narrowed down to 2 choices for each course, so we're looking at a total of 4 textbooks at this time, the DWIC members had an opportunity to look at all 4 of those textbooks and to provide feedback. So it was an agenda item on a DWIC meeting, and DWIC members had an opportunity to do that. We also encouraged them to share that with others because we knew we needed lots of feedback. In the same way, we knew that the CACAC team that was already meeting together was another group of our community that we could solicit feedback from. So on an agenda item, we added in the opportunity for them to look at these resources and provide feedback. So again, that was in addition to the other work that was already happening with CACAC, we went to them to get feedback. The teachers this time provided feedback in a very different way than we typically have with our other adoptions. Because there are so few teachers who teach these courses, every teacher was allowed and was able to be a part of the process all the way through. Or in a traditional adoption, when you're thinking about something like 3rd grade reading, we have so many 3rd grade reading teachers from across the district that you end up with like a representative from a campus that comes and they participate and they go back and talk to their campus and solicit and kind of get it going. So with this process, because there are so few teachers who teach these courses, they were able to not only provide the written feedback using the rubrics that Kip used with his team, but they also were talking to each other all along the process, right? And they were trying things and then coming back and talking to each other. Kip did a very nice job of allowing multiple opportunities on professional learning days, on some early release days for teachers to come together and to talk about this. Then in addition, all of the resources were provided in a north location, so here at central office, and then in a south location at Vandergrift High School for a month where people could come and look at hard copies of resources. And then we invited them to provide feedback on a formal form so that we could capture that feedback. And then those exact same resources were electronic. And so from our district website, you could click on a link, type in a password, and see the electronic copies of the textbook that way. So we really tried to get as much feedback as we possibly could from our community going through this process.
Can you give us some idea, so you may need to phone a friend on this, how many members of DWIC we have?
About 120.
Okay, and how many are participating in the CACAC?
Usually have between 30 and 40 attending a meeting.
And how much feedback did you get from the opportunity that we had in the north and the south of the district when these materials were available to the community for over a month? How much feedback did you get from that process?
So we know that we had a lot of people take a look, but actually filling out the form to provide us feedback, the numbers were higher than we typically have, but they still were not very high. I think I have the actual numbers here. Go ahead.
We had 7 comments.
From both the north and the south over the period of a month?
Yes.
Okay, and those comments were taken into account in this recommendation?
Yes.
And then this was also available on the website for electronic view, and I assume there's some kind of feedback form attached to that?
Yes.
And how much feedback did we get from that process?
None.
None?
That was available for the last 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to confirm, because some of the things that we heard in citizen comments, it seems like some of that language was specific to the supplemental electronic resources that we were putting out there to see if we were missing voices in our supplemental. But what we're being asked to vote on tonight has nothing to do with those resources. These are 2 textbooks that have been recommended by the College Board for teaching these AP courses?
That's correct.
Okay.
Just to clarify, these
I
are
have a
not
question.
recommended by the College Board, but recommended by our selection
They're
committee.
approved by,
They're not approved by the College Board, they're just on the College Board's list of suggested materials that cover the AP
Okay.
coursework.
thank you. Trish wants to talk, sorry. I forgot, Trish.
So the feedback is awful, so I'll get my question out and then I'll let y'all talk. But I'm curious, citizen comments made a comment about HB 3979, and I would hope that our district would not think that they were trying to get some text through before the governor signs. I believe y'all treat bills right now, we're looking at them as they're in place, they're gonna be in place unless there's a veto. Is there anything in these 2 textbooks that we have before us tonight that would be counter to 3979 that you think we would have to go back and redo or reevaluate? Or from what I'm looking at the textbooks, I didn't see a conflict, but I want your thoughts on that.
So Kip and I have been digging in quite extensively to the House bill. We actually have a meeting on the books next week where we're going to talk about implications and potential implications for all of our courses, not just these 2 courses. We have looked very carefully. We looked at some things that were submitted to us, and we do not see a conflict with the resources and the House bill. We do also see some alignment with the House bill and policy EMB, which helps to align the approaches that our teachers should be taking in the classroom. So we believe that, the idea of diverse perspectives is going to be super important moving forward.
And my other question is in regards to the vote tonight. I know some board members talked about if we could wait. If we end up tabling, I'm not sure if that's where we are going to go. Is there a difference between geography discussions tonight and social studies? So could we vote on the geography? Is that possible to change it if that's something we're wanting to do?
So we are asking for approval on 2 separate textbooks. I think if you guys are interested in separating out the 2 resources into 2 separate recommendations or votes, I think that that's something that we could certainly entertain if that follows the rules.
Just a clarification and then a comment. Some of our speakers from citizen comments this evening were reading out of the textbooks. Yes, there were references to other materials, supporting materials as well, but many of the readers referenced directly the textbook materials because I've seen some of the same language. I guess the concern I have is even if there have been many opportunities for our community to provide feedback and the feedback hasn't come, but it's coming now, it seems odd to me to accelerate the process or to make a decision based on the feedback we didn't get before, and not listen to the feedback we're getting now or not consider that feedback. So I have concerns with expediting, or maybe expediting is not the right word, but shortcutting this process at the moment when we start getting the feedback. I think we owe it to ourselves, selfishly, and we owe it to our community to make sure that these materials are acceptable to us and to our community. I personally need to spend more time in these materials myself before I feel confident supporting these materials. To that end, if the folks who have reviewed these textbooks, who are the professionals and have spent hours and hours reviewing these materials, can share with us decision criteria, decision matrices, and some of those things that have informed their decisions from among the available materials, I think that would be very helpful for me, and if possible, helpful for our community as well. I want to be respectful of what, well, I guess all of it ultimately is accessible to the public, right, one way or another, but I want to make sure that we're as transparent and as forward as possible in sharing that information and helping to expedite a productive conversation.
Erin, can I clarify and make sure I heard you correctly, that I wrote it down the right way? So you're asking about the decision criteria that our teachers used when they were vetting the resources, and what was the feedback that we got from them regarding that criteria?
Yes, and if there is a matrix or matrices used for decisioning, it would be great to see the summary of the feedback for each of the texts considered.
And Erin is spot on with this. I don't necessarily like being in a position where I feel like I'm challenging the professional education and the profession of teaching, when teachers that are going to teach this have all gotten together and they look at this hopefully objectively and say, hey, this is what's going to move our kids forward. I feel a little out of place questioning that, and so I want to be very clear, I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning our process, and Erin alluded to it, with respect to feedback, and the trust is in short supply. And to be honest, I've received a lot of feedback within the last week and a half, and I have received 50% of the feedback, literally, has been, these are great, let's move forward, and the other 50% have been, no, this is garbage. As a personal aside, the bit about Pearl Harbor being a conflict is woefully inadequate, as somebody who's been in the military for 24 years now. But that's my own personal take on that. But we keep finding ourselves in this position where we're at the last second, we have to do something right now, and I'm getting less and less okay with that. So if we need to wait, we need to wait. If we're going based on the feedback that we didn't get, but we're getting all of this feedback now, could it possibly be that our method of reaching out, asking for the feedback, may be something we need to examine moving forward as well? I don't know where all of that. That's the operations side, right? That's not my lane. But my lane is to represent the wishes and the wants of the people that elected us to sit here and make these decisions. So with that, I'm ready to take whatever action.
Anna, go ahead.
Okay, my question, I guess I hear what you guys are saying, more time, and what I get that I do, because I'd be curious to hear what our teachers have said. But we have committees in place. We have the CAC and DWEC. And I'm just wondering, like, why do we even have these committees in place if us as a board and we're not going to listen? So any decision that we get brought to us by these committees, are we just going to go ahead and just decide, oh, sorry, we just decide, we're just going to go ahead and forget your input? And to me, that ultimately completely ruins the idea and trust in our community when it comes to those committees. We heard tonight from an individual saying, and y'all know how I feel about committees. I feel like they need to be a little bit better structure. I feel like it needs to have a parent's voice and input.
However, right now, the structure we have in place, are we willing just to throw it out the window right now? And then my next question is, how are we going to fix it? What are we going to do right now to ensure that we are listening to those parents' voices in these committees, that we're not wasting their time? Because I'm thinking I get just as many emails as y'all do. I really do. I try my best to respond to them. I really do. But I'm just, how do we not go backwards, I guess? And then my second thing is, if we do delay this vote, and it's the beginning of the year, what is that going to do to our students? That human AP Geo class is one of the hardest class in LISD. What is that going to do? Like, how is that preparing our students, and what does that look like? I'm just like, I've got questions. Yeah.
So I'll start, and then Kip, you can kind of pick up. So there are not changes to the curriculum for these courses for this year. So our teachers who are returning teachers and have taught these courses before, have their lessons and resources that they provided. What will be missing are resources in Google Classroom. So students being able to access those resources electronically, and then teachers being able to refer back to the planning resources that are provided to them. So could we be okay for a few weeks? Probably. Could we be okay for a couple of months? Probably. Eventually, though, it's going to be really tricky for our students not to have access online if you just think about all of the things that students do online.
That was my next question. What are we going to do to those students to ensure everyone has access to all resources? Again, we're trying to set our students up for success. That's 3 college credits they could get. Like, what are we doing to ensure that we're not going to mess up their education future because of our delaying our vote?
So we
Hold
do
on
have,
one second. I'm going to pause this only because we didn't have a full presentation tonight because you already presented. And so typically it's a presentation, and then after the presentation, we go into our public hearing. And tonight, y'all came up, and it was just without a presentation, but we still need to do a public hearing. So I want to pause our discussion so we can continue our discussion after public hearing. So I'm sorry to cut you off. I didn't mean any disrespect to anyone, but I need to go ahead and move to a public hearing. I do have 3 people signed up for public hearing on this item. The first person is Gerald Prater. Gerald, if you'd like to come up to this one right here. I think we can do one at a time if you're okay with that. And Gerald, whenever you're ready, you can just hit the button.
Good evening, and thank you for hearing me this evening. I agree with a lot of the comments that I just heard, and I'm going to kind of modify what I had prepared. There is indeed a trust issue that we've got to recognize and deal with. It's a trust issue between the people, not just in the city, but really the people in the country who have, over the last year, lost a lot of faith and confidence in people that have been the quote-unquote professionals who've let us down a lot. On this issue with the materials, honestly, most of us, I didn't see this until it was on this agenda. And as I read through it, what I saw clearly was that there is a narrative behind it. I also, as some of you know, I'm a retired military person as well, and I was kind of offended by a lot of what I saw. Some of the things with some of the countries that I dealt with in my career, specifically Cuba, there was an agenda, there's a narrative being pushed here behind these materials. And one thing I would caution you guys on the board, this thing about trust in the professionals, don't talk down to the people like they're stupid. We can read, we can see what's really going on in the materials. We're not stupid. And from a equity and a racism perspective, really, really brief, guys. I was born in South Georgia. I grew up in the early 60s. I saw it. I know what it looks like. We don't have anything close to that today. I've got 6 kids that have gone through Leander ISD. And are there problems? Yeah, there are isolated problems, but it is not the norm. I have disagreements with many of you on the board, but I would not classify the entire system as what just for a few people. And what we're doing is we're broad brushing things and saying, we got to fix everything. America is a great country. People that think it's racist, I'll challenge you, go someplace else and find better. You're not going to find it. You're not going to find any other country where people are lining up trying to get into it. If it's that bad, we are not. Do we have a checkered past? Yes. But you know what? we are blessed to be here. We are blessed to have what we have here today. And in the last couple of seconds that I got, I came with a closing statement. That was not what I had prepared to give you just now, but the statement that I've got is what I see a lot in these materials of DEI is we try to focus on finding things that are broken, and we ignore all the things that are good. My closing line for you guys is a quote, kind of famous quote that says, "Gratitude helps you see what's there instead of seeing what's not." We are blessed beyond measure here. And if we try to find things to complain about, we can find them. But I choose to raise my kids saying how blessed they are, the opportunities they have, and there's nothing that holds my kids back except themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald. Our next speaker is Brandy Berkman. Brandy. After Brandy, we'll have Perla Hopkins.
So I was told that the textbooks would be in this plate here. Do you have them? Okay, because I can quickly go through them and I can pull out sample pages that will show you that this directly violates House Bill 3979. It's not hard to find. I picked these up. Thank you for letting me borrow them and for wanting them back so quickly. Because I have a daughter who will be in 9th grade next year and who will be taking these classes. And so I wanted to understand what y'all were going to feed her again. Because after her 2 years, the past 2 years at LMS, that child is damaged. Her little mind is damaged with the garbage that has been pushed into her. So I have a great high school principal, and he provided me with the textbooks, what's being taught to the students now, so that I could quickly go look at glossaries, make comparisons. The new textbooks, just go to the back, look for American. Look for United States. It's not in there. I think there's one reference to American flag. Like I said earlier, that it pushes an agenda, that is very true. The term scientific racism is introduced. Bold letters, a brand new definition, and then all these pictures to explain what scientific racism is. I did ask my daughter, who would be in 9th grade next year, if she has heard of scientific racism. And she was like, what? No, science isn't racist. It's knowledge. So I have a few comments because I did the work. I went through the textbooks. I've looked online to see how easily you can access them. It's not easy. I've looked at the guiding documents that the CAC used. Why do we care? Why are these questions being asked? Why is this the focus for history books? If the videos that were provided online are not significant, why was it provided to them? Why are they reviewing it? Why have our high school principals not been informed of this? When I picked these books up, that was the first time that my principal knew that any of this was on the agenda. This is not at a college reading level. I've read them. I have screenshots. I would be happy to share with y'all. Who are the teachers that reviewed this book? And if you are going to sit up here and say that this does not violate HB 3979, then either one, you haven't looked at the textbooks, or two, you have not read the new bill. Period. It's in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Perla Hopkins.
To touch base on a couple of questions I heard the board ask, why is there no trust between what's been going on in our children's classrooms, and also why is there just a lack of transparency? So I'd like to start by saying that I have a 9th grader, and she really struggled a lot to make sure that she was prepared for her AP Human Geo test in May. She struggled so much that she asked my husband and I for $25 so that she could attend live stream coaching online, because her teacher was gone a lot of the time at my children's high school. For example, there are like 8 track coaches, and these are teachers that were contracted to be a core teacher, but instead have to miss out on a lot of instructional time, miss a lot of classes, and therefore our students are missing all of that learning, all of that instructional time. When are these books going to be, when are our teachers going to be trained on these books when the kids are already struggling? Last year, my son was a 10th grader. He did not pass his WAP, not even with a 3. I'm happy to hear one of the board members last year, their child made a 5 on AP Human Geo. If you give my children the resources to learn, they can learn. But if you're going to be getting these books last minute and then blame it on the CAC or the DWIC, which, by the way, waste of time, I'd like to know exactly how many unbiased individuals are part of those committees. I would like to know how many parents versus how many teachers and what kind of teachers. As a matter of fact, I would like to know, why aren't we speaking right now to the director of K through 12 LISD Humanities? Why aren't we hearing that individual's expertise on such materials? HB 3979 states that teachers who choose to discuss current events or widely debated and currently controversial issues of public policy or social studies affairs, that will not be permitted. You had a brave student who recorded one of their teachers going on and on and on about Trump's impeachment. The reason why we have to make sure that we have trust from you is because there is none.
Thank you, Perla. And now we'll continue back with our discussion. My apologies for that, moving it in that order. Ms. Collins, I know that you were in the middle, or actually, Ms. Smith, you were asking a question. I don't know if you remember that. I'm sorry, I interrupted. And if you want to re-ask.
I guess, you know, as a new board member, when we approve these kind of technology books, guys, I'm sorry, books, what is this, like you said, it's been 8 years since we've done this. Like, what is that current, like when we do it for other subjects? Is it at the same timeline where we're doing it the June meeting before we end the year? Like, I'm trying to understand this.
Yeah, that's a great question. So typically proclamations, the state of Texas used to be like clockwork. It was about every 10 years. With the budget crisis that we've had in the state of Texas, they've been pushing it back to more like 12 years or 13 years for a proclamation, which means you would adopt maybe middle school and high school mathematics books, and then it would be 10, 12, 13 years later that we would adopt them again. The way that it works in the state of Texas with proclamations is that typically new standards are written, and then before we put new standards into action, then they put out a proclamation so that you can have resources that align with the new standards, and then all of that goes into place at the same time. So the runway's a little bit longer with our proclamations. Kip and I have been talking about the need for this resource since the fall of this year, and so that's something that we've been working towards. We've been working with our both the technology end and the hardware end, like the hard copy textbooks, just to make sure that we had all of our processes in place. You'll remember that we did adopt pre-K resources this year, and so that was in March. So typically we do try to do this in March, but because the AP textbooks aren't on that same proclamation cycle, it did not happen in March.
So am I to understand that there are standards now written by the state that are required that our students won't potentially have the resource they need to fulfill?
So we do not have new state standards for these courses. The AP standards have changed, though. So these resources better align with the newer version of the AP standards. Kip, you want to talk about when the social studies standards for Texas were adopted?
Sure. Yeah. The state standards, the TEKS, haven't changed for social studies. Those will remain in place. I think our next is 2025 when that will come up. The course, the AP World History course, went through a change 2 years ago, and it is a new course. It is 1,200 to the present. Because in the state of Texas we have the TEKS, we still need to cover those, so students who take that course receive a World History credit. So we have to make sure that we cover what is not covered in the new course, which both with this new textbook as well as our old one have the content that would be needed to be covered in both of those. So there's not a question about whether or not we would have the materials to cover it. It would just be that we have the physical textbook for the students. We're going to go back to the 1990s before we had computers and materials online, and we'll just be utilizing the physical textbooks. That students will have to have those to carry around with them. So that's going to be the difference with if we remain with what we currently have. Or the other option may be that we try to negotiate with Pearson, who's the current textbook we have with, and see if we can get a one-year extension or one-year extension on our materials. Unfortunately, I know that some of these things have run their course and they no longer support a lot of the things that are on the websites after a certain amount of years. So I'd have to find out more information about whether or not we'd be able to continue with what we currently have.
So that's my next question. If we were to extend it, like you're saying, how is that going to affect our students in the current AP test that they'll be taking at the end of this year or next year?
Well, it would depend on whether or not what materials we'd be able to access. I'm not sure. I would have to find out. I feel confident that whatever we have, if it is just the physical textbook, the teachers we have in LISD would be able to cobble together whatever they need, and we would be able to put together a program where students would be successful. And our students have been successful. We hit the national average and above, generally.
I just had a similar follow-up question around the license. It sounds like we purchased an 8-year license or something that resulted in 8 years worth of licenses, but I haven't heard clearly whether that's an end of that. I mean, is it the end of the license we purchased, but whether or not an extension of that license is a possibility. It sounds like maybe that's the case, but we don't know. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. I think that might be a useful thing to explore. It sounds like a phone call would solve that fairly easily.
So Kip has been very gracious, and our teachers are amazing in this district. However, the administration has been through the process to make this selection, and we are bringing a strong recommendation to the board to accept these 2 textbooks, and we urge you to approve them both tonight so that we can do our work as we go through the month of July and prepare for the new school year.
And just a final comment, and well, actually 2 comments. First of all, Anna, you're absolutely correct. We have committees in place for a reason, and how do we honor their work, but at the same time, we have a large committee, which is our population too. So that's the $1 million question. How do we not be here and be somewhere where we're all rowing in the same direction, right? And that's something we need to work on. There was a comment made in citizens' comment, obviously strongly opposed to these textbooks, and in the comments it was mentioned that as board members, if you haven't read this and then contacted the other board members and said, hey, this is, I just want to be very clear that there's a reason we cannot do that. We have to have that conversation here. At no time am I able to call Ann and go, hey, I don't like this, and Aaron, I don't like this, and Christine, I don't like, because now what we've done is we've created a walking quorum. And I have fought long and hard, and we still have a long way to go, but as a board, we are doing far better than we used to in terms of having conversations in the open. And again, we have a long way to go. But that's the reason why board members don't call each other outside of these meetings to discuss these agenda items, because it would be in direct violation of the Open Meetings Act. So I just want to make that.
We don't have a conversation.
Yeah,
We don't have conversations
I can't have a
with the
back and forth.
audience.
I apologize, but I did want to respond to that there's a reason that we couldn't do that.
One thing I wanted to comment, Jim, I know that we have some trust building to do with our community. I also think we have trust building to do with our staff and with our teachers. And this is, I think, getting clouded by book clubs and other decisions that happened. All of our AP teachers who teach these courses, they all looked at these books. They vetted these books. And so, yes, I think it's important we listen to our community, but I want the people who are experts, who have gone to college and gotten degrees in social studies and history and math, to be science, to be the ones that are determining our curriculum in those items, not the other way around. It's like, yes, I have a PhD in education, but I don't have a PhD in social studies or world history or mathematics curriculum. And so I also think it's really important that we respect all the educators in our system and trust them to do their job. It's different in this situation where every single AP teacher of these courses have looked through and they feel these are their recommendations.
I just wanted to speak to the trust equation one last time. I agree. We have trust to restore with our community. Trust with our employees, our staff is critically important. But at the end of the day, this district exists to serve the members of our community. They are the ultimate stakeholders, the ultimate decision makers through the ballot box and so on. Our educators and our board, we all need to be respectful of and responsive to the voice of our community. They drive this train. At the end of the day, there is no other driver. We can pretend to be the driver because we're at the wheel, but ultimately they decide where this is going to go. I think it would be foolish not to listen to those voices and give opportunity for those voices to come forward and for a full review to occur. That's not to say that those who have looked, that their opinions don't matter. They do. All the feedback matters. We take it all together. And I will also add that just because it goes before DWIC doesn't mean that every member of DWIC has reviewed all of these materials and endorsed them. It's not a single vote for 140 people or however many participated in DWIC this year in endorsing these materials. It's a much more nuanced and complex question. So given all that and all of our discussion, Madam President, I move that we table this item for review at our next board meeting 2 weeks in June.
And I'll second.
But I'm not sure if this is a point of order or whatever, for clarification. Are we tabling everything, geography and history, or is this just the history? Wow.
My motion related to this item, which includes both texts.
I have a motion. I have a second. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to ask, it's not in regards to the motion, but going forward, I don't know if I can ask this, but I'm going to ask it. I'll be honest, unless you attend board meetings or you watch them or read the agendas or Facebook, a lot of the times parents aren't aware of this. So I would personally would like to see us get a little better involved in educating our community on these. I would like to see us actually host a list. I don't know if I'm overstepping or not, but a listening session on this, just so we can actually include those parents' voices and just to kind of make it to a more transparent process. I mean, if we're going to truly at least for me, just so y'all know, I value committees. I think committees are the ultimate powerful thing to give a parent and student voice. However, if they're not structured like that, then we're wasting their time. So I don't know if that's possible. I know that's creating more work for you guys, but I feel like a lot of these questions and misunderstandings could have been cleared up if there was like, kind of like the listening sessions we did, or even, when we were going over the COPIA report, things like that. I would just like to see more of a two-way kind of, I don't know if that's possible, but just kind of better education and understanding of what instruction materials are going to be put forth to our kids. Again, just a suggestion.
So I'll just remind the board that we've talked a little bit about the fact that we have a technology and instructional materials manual that we're working on in response to a lot of the things that have been happening over the last year in our system. And so one of the things that's a part of that manual is how do we increase the parent participation and the community participation in instructional resource pieces. So we'll be bringing that to you later this summer, and we are open for whatever feedback you guys have or our community has for ideas for how we can include parents, because that is something that's very important to us. And if people have ideas for what that could look like, we are happy to talk to people about that.
And if I can just remind you that we've done a lot of listening over the last 15 months. The latest listening leader session was on June 2nd. You participated in that, and we'll be having those as we continue going forward, so that we're creating exactly that space that you're talking about.
Yeah, just, thinking like, hey, guys, if you want to come, here's this, an information, a Q&A on, our AP Human Geo. I think just for some parents, they might need that little bit of one-on-one, because it is intimidating to come out here and talk. I know that. It's intimidating to speak up. It's intimidating to not know where to ask. So just, I guess for those parents who just need that little bit of assistance, I know I would like to see it, just because this is going to affect my kids for the next 10 years. So it's just a suggestion.
And one of the things we used to do pre-COVID is we would have occasional coffees with the board, which was a great opportunity to have. And now that we're getting to the other side of that, that's something I'm really interested in getting back and doing as often as we possibly can. But that doesn't obscure the fact that we do have work to do as a district. But I appreciate all the feedback, and I appreciate that we can have this conversation.
I guess my next question is out of the 9 books, I'm assuming that's what they're going to take back and we're going to reconsider. What if they're all the same? What are we going to do then? No, if you go back and look at the slide, they talk about, give me a second, I'll pull it up.
The committee originally considered 9 resources, yes. 4 for one course and 5 for another course. And then we streamlined it down based on feedback from teachers to really focus on 2 for each course to kind of pilot in the classrooms and let our teachers provide.
So I guess that's my question, Erin. So if we're going to delay the vote, are you wanting to go back to all 9 resources? Or are you wanting to look at, I'm trying to understand, because like if we get to that point, we delay it, and we're reviewing those 9 resources and all these books, because they're recommended by the AP College Board, is that correct? What if we find ourselves in the same position? No, sorry. I didn't say that right.
Approved or authorized. Okay. Yeah. The short answer is I don't know, right? Because until I've done more review, I don't know what I don't know. But I think you're right to observe that any one of us may not be totally satisfied with any of the available texts, right? And then it's a question of choosing the best fit and moving forward. And as has been described already, the textbook alone does not define the curriculum, which is part of the reason why I asked to see the supporting curricular materials, because yes, we have to teach everything that the College Board requires for the AP test, but we're also required by the State Board of Education, TEA, to teach the TEKS. And so we have to assemble a curriculum that does both of those things from textbook and other materials. And so I think that's why it's important for the purpose of building trust and reassuring our community and making a decision that we're all okay with, for us to consider all of those materials together.
I'll add, I think what's important to me is our teachers who teach these classes, they want their students to do well. I think they pride themselves a lot on those scores. We hear a lot of talk about how they're doing on those scores, and they look through these resources. These are professionals that teach these courses, and they picked this resource because they felt like this was going to not, oh, let's pick this resource because maybe my student will get the lowest grade ever on AP. They picked resources that they felt were best for their students to be most successful. And I think of my job, and yes, it's to the community, but I think my number one people in that community are the students and the education that we provide them. And so I'm considering that these books are the books that teachers who teach these courses felt were best for teaching these classes. So I will say I have a motion and a second on tabling this item. All those in favor of
Oh, I have a, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
question.
Trish, I forgot. Trish has a comment.
I want to be clear on what it is exactly we're voting for. So I keep hearing us talk about this resource, this course, this, and it sounds like the motion is 2, so it's geography, and so I just want us to be clear on what it is we're voting for when we do this. And if we're doing both of them, what does that look like for administration? And if we're tabling this to the next meeting, what as board are we expecting to have solved already to make it, to either have us move to the next step or move the ball? So what are we expecting to happen at the next meeting so we don't end up the same place? Because quite possible that the resources, all 9 of them, the community might not like. Maybe the community doesn't like what we currently have. After we do a vetting process like we did now, maybe there's more concern. We can't just not have text. So I just want to make sure I understand with the board what we think we're voting on, what's going to happen at our next meeting. And this is good for the community too, because I think they want to know what we're saying we're going to vote on or do at our next meeting.
I just wanted to clarify the motion that was tabled not to the next meeting, but to July 22nd. Is that what you said?
No, I said to the next meeting
To the
in
next
2
meeting.
weeks.
It's next
It
Thursday.
was 2 weeks, it's now 1 week. You're right. I apologize.
I'm going to call a vote on that item. All those in favor of tabling this item next week? I can't see Trish. Trish is...
Nobody answered my question, so I'll
Oh, sorry.
not vote.
Sorry, all those opposed to that. Oh, I can't see very well because I'm looking this way. I apologize, Trish. Do you have a question?
I just don't know what we're expecting to happen next week. So I'm unsure if I vote yes to table it, is this going to really help? And if I vote against it, are we going to keep working on this to figure out, do we need to go 2 weeks or what our next steps are?
I think to follow up, it would help us to have a clear understanding of what is expected of us as the administration between now and next Thursday.
So the motion simply tables this item till the next meeting, right? That would mean that it would come to us at our next meeting just as it is. I guess as a point of clarification, if for whatever reason the board wanted to choose different materials than the ones that have been recommended, is there any issue with the agenda item as it's written or as it's presented if we were to change the approved curriculum? I'm asking in the hypothetical, right? Because if we simply approve what's already here, that's pretty straightforward, right? The way that the agenda item's written. But if there were a change to the recommendation from the administration, or if the board wanted to propose a different resource, how would we address that?
So I think if we heard ahead of the meeting, ahead of posting next meeting, then we can certainly adjust that language. Sean, I don't know if you want to step to the microphone for a second.
Point of clarification, you're saying if we as a board wanted to recommend what curriculum our AP teachers should be using?
Don't question the why.
I'm trying.
It's a procedural hypothetical, right?
Okay, all right.
So if in our discussions and in all that transpires over the next week, if we collectively all agree, 100% of us agree that the right material is not the one in the motion, do we need to change the posting?
That's actually an interesting question, because hypothetically, in the adoption, you have to have a review period that allows for public comment. So if you actually move to completely different materials than what have been presented to the public, I believe you would probably have to have a new public hearing process.
So if we continued this item, including a new public hearing next week, that would satisfy the requirement?
Well, that would be provided that the materials have been available for the public to be able to review and to have an opportunity to comment upon it.
Yeah, this goes to the process issues, right?
And so let me explain why I'm interested in tabling this till next week. And it goes back to right now we are without a curriculum. And the more we discuss this, the more it comes down to this is our only viable option to get students in the classroom educated right now, or we have to start this process all over with the public comment and you know, the availability of the materials and all of those things. But one thing that was mentioned is we haven't even ascertained whether or not we can contact Pearson and say, while we sort this out and make sure that everybody is on the same page, can we get a 1-year extension on the current license? And if we get that extension, does that, to your point specifically, does that get our students across the finish line for this year? And what I thought I heard was it does. Now, if they come back next week and go, you know, we called Pearson and Pearson said pound sand, we're not doing it, then that informs which way I need to vote. Because we can't leave our teachers, our administration, and especially our students high and dry. But if that becomes an option, that introduces a whole new process where we get to have those conversations of how are we doing this in the first place. So that's the only reason I was asking to table, is to see if there's another option. If there's not another option, does 1 week really put us in a bind?
One thing I will say, Mr. Harmon did say that if we didn't do this, it's not that we don't have anything. He did say that our teachers would find a way and they would prepare our students, and our students would continue to excel. So I don't think it's a matter of either do this or students have nothing. Mr. Harmon did say that they will have resources and those teachers will figure it out, because that's what our teachers do. I think it's more of our teachers, all the teachers who teach these classes went through the process, and this is the book that they selected.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I think your comment kind of bolsters my point that is there other options that we have available so that we can build trust with the community, ensure that we're making the right decision. I'm asking for a week to see if that's an option. That's the only reason I'm seconding the motion. So that's all I have to say. And that was really to answer Trish's, you know, what do we do next week if we table it? That's what I want to see, is are there other options available where we can maybe take a look at the whole process and quite honestly probably end up at the same conclusion, but do it with full view of the public and their input and DWIC and CCAC and everybody else. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
Can you help me to understand what part of this process has not been in full view of the public?
Yeah, every one of the people that spoke tonight and the many emails, both for and against. As a board member, I live in the policy. I approve or don't approve the recommendations of the administration based on feedback and what the community deems to be appropriate and inappropriate. I don't want to be cavalier and say, it's not my job to read this textbook cover to cover. That's what the professionals do, and I need to trust them. But when we have so many members of our community saying that there's issues here, and our review process to bring the community along, which is, we all want to do that, but what I'm hearing loud and clear is maybe we haven't done that the right way. No comments. There were plenty of comments tonight, and I've been receiving plenty of comments all week, as we all have. So this isn't that the teachers, their voices don't matter. It's that the process that we've gone through obviously needs some refinement. And if it takes us a week to see if there's other options and make sure that we're making the right decision, I don't think 1 week is a bad thing.
Sean, if we delay this a week, we will have to go through the whole public hearing. Does that change our timeline? Can you help me understand that?
Well, it depends on what we're doing when we talk about delaying it a week. I mean, if it's to Jim's point, it's to review whether or not the license goes forward, then potentially if you could extend that license, you could go through this whole process again. I don't believe you need to have an additional public hearing next week if you're not going to be looking at any new additional materials. If you're only looking at the materials that have been presented, you've already fulfilled your obligation for public comment. But if you decide that you would like to bring new materials, I believe that those need to be made available then for review, and you need to have a new public hearing then upon those materials.
But in that case, we would vote no on these materials and basically start over. And I don't know how.
Yes, sir, you could vote no, but you don't have to vote no. And
Right.
you could theoretically as a board say, we're just electing not to take action on this. We would like to see a broader palette of options before we take official action.
And so if we get those options, then say we go back to the 9 options that were presented, we'd need to go through a whole public hearing, I guess, because we're going to be reviewing all different 9 subjects. So those 9 books could be available to everyone in the community?
Yes, but to be clear, the public hearing requirement is de minimis. It is what you have here, that they have an opportunity to come to the board and speak during the public hearing. What the district does goes far above and beyond what those minimal requirements are by bringing in those different committees. So I would just want to make sure that you're clear that our requirement is much smaller than what we already currently do.
Do you mind explaining that requirement, please? Do you?
It is simply this,
Just
that
this? Okay.
there's an opportunity for
public
people to
hearing?
see it, and
Okay.
that you have a hearing so people can come and comment on it before the board takes action on it.
Thanks,
I
Sean.
also think if we were to do that, and we'd have to think, we're going to tell all of our teachers who teach these classes to start all over again. So, right, I mean, we would want, or we're just going to tell them, we think this is a better book to teach AP Human Geo, so here's our recommendation, or would we ask our teachers to restart their entire evaluation process all over again?
Yeah, I don't see how this would be restarting the process, right? There's a lot of work that's already been done. We want to stand on the work that's already been done. We want to get more feedback from the community, and we want to go forward to a decision. In terms of how this item is styled, we could potentially amend the way that it's posted to include other options that have been considered by our teaching professionals that would give us a range of items to choose from. That's not what my motion currently does. It simply moves this item out a week. And my thinking right now, I guess, is let's figure out what the current license situation is. Let's get a little more feedback on what's currently on the table. Let's give folks a little more opportunity to look at those other materials. And if there's a strong opinion that we're going down the wrong path and there's a better option, then maybe we have to pivot to a July date for final adoption of different materials if it comes to that. I'm not suggesting that I think it will, but that's kind of my vision, I guess.
So I just want to offer clarity on if I vote to extend this a week is just so that we can have time to make sure we align with House Bill and see what happens and make sure we're good there. I am not proposing a change of what happens, but just that we're in alignment and we meet the requirements of the state and it gives us that week. That's my basis for voting for the extension, not to start the process again.
Yeah, and I'm not, again, I restate, I'm not interested in starting the process again. I just want to make sure that we approach this thoughtfully. The message that I think I have heard from the community is that they have not been as able or engaged in this as they would have liked to have been, obviously with the number of people that showed up tonight. So I want to make sure that we're being sensitive to what we've heard tonight, that they want more time to read it. And to Aaron's point, look at options for licensing and make sure that we're doing this right. That's where I am. I'm asking for a week.
So what does that look like, I guess, to gather that feedback? I guess, I'm trying to understand, like, are we going to, like, just let them just go figure it out and just get whatever emails we get in? Like, are we going to hold something? Or, like, I'm trying to understand how are we going to better inform our community if we're delaying the vote so we can have more responses for our community? How are we going to, I hope I'm saying this right, how are we going to ensure, like, we're setting up those either a listening session or, are you going to provide a one-on-one session? Or, like, I'm trying to understand how are we going to gather that feedback?
So for me, quite honestly, it comes down to is the extension of the current license an option? If it is, that informs what do we do with that, right? Now we have some viable options to go back and look at the process, because I think we're all pretty much in agreement that moving forward, you said it earlier, we have to do this in a way that the committee's work is honored, the community feels as though they're heard, and we can be responsive to the people that elected us.
Absolutely, but I think for me, when I was saying that is, say we come up and we have our CAC, presentation, and we have 100 people, for whatever the other side. Are we going to just be like, well, these people came in, I'm sorry, we're not going to, respect the wishes of the committee? That's where I'm going for, because we're asking our community to sit on these committees because we value their voice. They spend time away from their family, away from their kids. A lot of the time, at least for me, my kids are going crazy in the background. So I guess for me, like, I would be kind of upset as a parent sitting out there if I sat on these committees and then the board's like, well, we have these committees, that's great and all, but we're just going to go ahead and just do our own thing. So I think that's where I'm kind of going with is, how do we value a parent's, their input and the committee's input, but most importantly, bring it up to this level where that's what these committees are supposed to do.
I agree with that. I would pose a follow-up to, if our community, for whatever reason, had greater availability or greater tenacity in weighing in on this subject during the time that sitting up in the north, sitting down at Vandergrift, and we put out the emails and all of those things, if that community voice had been overwhelming one way or the other and in opposition of those two committees, where would we be? So the committees are important. I am not discounting them. I'm not discounting the work. Asking for a week to see if we've covered all of our options. Basically what I'm saying is, are we sure? And if we end up not making the right decision, I have a hard time defending are we sure when we have one more week to make sure that all of the options have been thoroughly vetted. We have honored the request of the community to, hey, give us a little bit of time to read through this and state the opinions. Right now, if we just vote on this, we've told the committees, hey, great work, the 140 and the 30, and the administration, great work, but we've told how many parents in the community, yeah, sorry you missed out, you're going to have to do a better job next time of trying to find out where the information is, right? So, and that speaks to the process that ultimately we need to get better at, right? So what I'm asking for tonight is, give us a week so that the community can not feel like this is, we're doing it right now whether you like it or not. At least allow them the opportunity to feel as though they've been heard, and we can speak to our views, taking another week to look at it. We can speak to the teachers, right? I would love, just like you said, I would love to have a conversation with the teachers and say, what am I missing, or what is it about this that excites you, because you're the professional. I would love to have that conversation. I haven't had a desire, I guess, to have that conversation because until 6 days ago, this wasn't an issue. It's an issue now. And I'm more concerned about the fact that it's 6 days, the final 6 days before the vote is the first time I'm hearing from the community about, hey, there's real problems here. I would like to say to the community, well, we have a website. I'm sure this stuff is out there. What are y'all doing? But that's bad juju. We have to make it easier, and we have to make sure that we are as one of the speakers said and what we've agreed to, that we are meeting our parents where they are to make sure that they're comfortable and in support of what we're teaching their children. So I'm asking for a week so I can cross my T's and dot my I's.
I'm going to ask. I'm done. Hey, Trish, were you trying to say something?
I was just going to say that if, given Alexa's point and the questions we had, I agree. I think a week to look at HB 3979 and make sure we're doing okay. And the board's asking for a week. Community wants another week, I guess is what the board's saying, to look at it. I can uphold that to vote for a week, but I think I would not be supportive to just handpick another resource that we think teachers should do. I don't think that's the board role. We have a community, we have committees, we have a process. So just to be clear, I don't think next week I'm going to go pick another resource. That's not the information I want. What I would like to see is the information we talked about. We've had some of this in different pieces, different silos, but I guess it would help if all the boards saw all these pieces together, which was the feedback and the rating, and we'll put that all together so that we can all be on the same page. So that's if that's where we want to go and the board's for that, I'm fine for a week, but we will have to make a decision next week. We're going to have this discussion again. So as long as we're ready, I can do it.
Trish, so you're saying that you wouldn't change the position of moving this along, you're just going to give it another week for people to read the same stuff, but still, I guess I'm not following you.
Yeah, I'm saying I would support a week, and that's why I would vote to do it now that I've heard what the point is. If it's to make sure our admin wants to look at HB 3979 for the text, I can support waiting a week and making sure that we are good there. I can also support waiting a week because the board is saying that they want to take more time to look at the materials and look at it before they take a vote. I can totally support the board on that. But I'm not supportive of trying to pick a new resource out of the hat at our next meeting.
Okay, so I'm going to just recount this. All those in favor of tabling this for 1 week? All those opposed to tabling this a week? I keep hitting the wrong button, I'm sorry. So 6 in favor of tabling, 1 opposed to tabling, the motion passes.
A quick clarification. I think Dr. Gearing asked specifically what we were asking administration to do. The short answer here is not a lot. There was a request by me to make available evaluation and decisioning criteria publicly as much as is possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Collins and Mr. Harmon. And thank you, Sean, also. All right, we're going to move on to item 5C. And my computer is not, okay, there it goes. Agenda item 5C, and this is elementary and secondary schools emergency relief 3 overview and public input. And so I would welcome Kendra Winans and Elaine Cogburn, and this time we'll do the presentation. After the presentation, we'll allow for our public hearing, and then we'll have our discussion.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gehring. We are here tonight to review the, I want to make sure I get it right, the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief 3, which people refer to as Esser 3, and to go over the requirements, the potential uses of funds, and seek public input. So we want to start with just going over the fund source. This is under the American Rescue Plan, ARP, Act through the Esser 3. Leander has been allocated $15,811,197. The purpose of the funds is to respond to the pandemic and the impact it's had on student learning. So one thing to know is that the funds are available pre-award, which means things that we spent money on back to March 13th, 2020, and then we can carry through September 30th of 2024. Sometimes when you get federal funds, you have requirements that you must adhere to, and here are the ones that are set forth under Esser 3. You need to have meaningful consultation with a variety of stakeholders, review the data and information around student groups and the learning, develop a plan identifying 20% of those funds to allocate learning in certain student groups. The remaining LEA funds can be used on a wide range of activities and needs that have arisen from the coronavirus pandemic. Then there's also a requirement that there's a revision and evaluation every 6 months of the plan, so you can tweak the plan, change the plan, add to the plan, but you get that meaningful consultation, and then every 6 months you make those adjustments. It is also required that a safe return to in-person instruction and continuity of services plan and the Esser plan be posted on the website, and that's within 30 days of when our notice of grant award comes out and we receive the funds. Something that's kind of important about this particular federal fund is that there's no supplement requirement, which is really different from any other federal funds. So here are some multiple uses of these funds. Again, it's prevention mitigation for any types of learning for students that are in need, professional development, staffing, mental health and behavioral supports, materials, extended instructional time, facilities, technology. It really is a very wide-ranging, flexible spending. So when we first found out that we were getting this money, the application opened, and Elaine Cogburn pulled a group together, and we did subcommittees on public input, because that was one of the main requirements, and also talking about the spending priorities to address the learning of our student groups. We then are here to propose some of the ideas that we were looking at for spending these funds, and also ask and seek for public input. We are going through ongoing listening sessions, as we talked about previously, that we are gathering available information from them, additional information. We will then adjust and amend the plan after this feedback, and again, post that 30 days after receiving the funds. One of the things that I wanted to give kudos to our SCR team is that as soon as the pandemic became a reality for our district, we started holding public listening sessions with our staff, with our community. And all of this is wonderful information about the true impacts over the whole course of this pandemic. And it's given us a lot of information of where we need to be addressing needs and where our funds should be spent. Again, we will continue to have listening sessions, and we are asking specifically about the use of these funds so that we can include that into our plan. Again, the money was just released, as far as the application, and it is due, as far as submitting the application, by July 27th. So it's a very quick turnaround, and I'm just very thankful that we did all of this work to gather this information, because it's a lot more meaningful when you have several different parts to pull from. So then I'm going to turn it over to Matt Bentz and Jennifer Collins to talk through some of the recommended uses based on the information that we've been provided.
So good evening, everyone. Great to be up here to talk to you about the Esser 3 funds that the federal government has provided to us. One of the main goals for these funds is to support our students to be successful, to ensure that they are hitting the ground running and successfully accessing grade level content as we get into the next school year, and that we are doing everything we can to mitigate the challenges that some of our students have faced during the pandemic. So Jennifer and I are just going to chat with you a little bit about we're going to highlight some of the things that we have written into the plan to be funded. The first one is summer school costs. Summer school has been expanded with some additional flexible options this year to meet the needs of our students who have struggled during the school year. So that, again, that is one of the big ticket items that we can use to get everybody up to speed and equipped and ready with mastering the concepts that they need to be successful at the next level, and to recapture any credit that was not gained or earned during the school year this past year. Same thing with Edgenuity labs at the high schools, making sure that we have them staffed, that we have them open for additional hours, so that students have the time they need to be supported, working through to get those credits so that they can stay on track or get back on track for graduation in a timely fashion. Jennifer's going to talk a minute about the counselors. I just want to discuss the student success facilitators, because that's not immediately apparent what that means as it jumps out at you. We got to be kind of careful with the way we name things, because there's interventionists here, there's reading specialists over on the other end. So student success facilitators is our positions that we are going to be funding, we are recommending to be funded through Esser 3 for our middle school and for our high schools. 2 positions for each middle school, 3 positions for each high school, and they are really in an intervention role, in a support role, collaborating with the campus staff, going through documents and data, and targeting students that need specific individual one-on-one support, small group support, co-teaching support in their classrooms, after school, Saturdays, in the core areas. So at the high school level, we're looking at math, we're looking at language arts, we're looking at science, and we're going to be working with those campuses. So it might not look exactly the same at every campus, because not every campus doesn't have the exact same needs. At the middle school level, we'll be looking at that math and language arts piece. But if somebody at middle school, and we've met with the middle school principals multiple times, but if one was to say, hey, we really need some help in science, we'll work with them on that. But the key is we're going to be supporting them with core instruction and putting our best people to work to make sure that they get that individualized, personalized support they need to be successful, to stay on track, or to get back on track.
So at the elementary level specifically, we're looking at additional elementary counselors. You guys heard last week during our SHAC presentation about the need for elementary counselors. And so this plan is pretty innovative. What we're asking for essentially is early release of our next 2 counseling positions at our 2 elementary schools that we know are going to open in the near future. And those counseling positions would be used at our largest elementary campuses to support social emotional needs as students are transitioning back onto our campuses. And then they would be absorbed into our budget as we open new schools. So not really new positions, but just early release of positions that we know that we're going to need in the future. So kudos to Steve Clark for helping us think of that idea. The universal screener, you guys saw a little bit of information about universal screeners in the Friday board memo last week. So for those who don't know, that may be watching online, universal screeners are computer adaptive assessments. We plan to give them K through 8, specific for reading and mathematics in our system. They would be administered 3 times a year, so kind of a beginning of year, a middle of year, and end of year assessment, and it would allow us to measure individual student progress over time, and then to communicate that progress to students, communicate that progress to parents, communicate that progress to our community as well. And then it will also help us as instructors to determine where students are ready to learn. So we're very excited about the potential of a universal screener. It's something we've talked about in Leander for a long time, and the timing is right. And then the last one that I'm going to talk about a little bit is reading academies. You know that we've been talking about the expense that goes along with reading academies. We've talked about that for a couple of years, and so using Esser 3 funds will allow us to defray some of those costs that we knew that we were going to have to absorb anyway.
So you see some other things on the slide. One thing you do not see on the slide, but is built into the plan, and there's funding allotted in the plan, is for an item that we wanted to put up to the trustees for further discussion, and that is a remote learning option. As you know, House Bill 1468 was passed by the House and the Senate, but did not make it to the governor's desk for signing. Like other districts in the state, we have been working to develop a remote learning option, and we have sent information or requests for information out to our community to assess the need for a remote learning option next year based on families' ongoing health concerns relative to the COVID pandemic. So I want to share some information with you today and then propose some potential solutions. So we have sent that information, I think we talked a little bit about it before, out to the community and requested information back about the need, and we have received indication of a need from 346 of our families. So based on those 346 families, Dr. Gehring and I and members of our cabinet have talked about things like our new mission, about partnering with families, about creating supportive, safe, nurturing environments, and what that might look like in terms of this particular piece. And are there ways that we can look at offering for the start of the 21-22 school year a remote learning option for families that have these ongoing health concerns? One of the ways that we can do this, a way that we can securely do this, is through Esser 3 funding. So we have built into the plan funding for staffing and other resources that would be needed to fund a remote learning option for the 346 families that have requested this. We will also, what I would like to propose is that we we have already prepared it, but come to you next week with a more detailed plan, and also with at least one waiver application, which there is not currently a form letter that you fill out waiver, but there are waiver documents that you can use to create a customized waiver request. So we would like to come to you with at least one waiver request, and maybe even multiple different methods, so that we can talk about that and have you take that into consideration for us to move forward. Final caveat on that, and then I would like to ask for feedback, is that we do believe for the vast majority of our students that the very best place for them to be is in person, and I am looking forward to that. And I do want, I think it's important for us to just be cognizant of the fact that we do have a relatively small number, but we do have families in our community that have health concerns related to coming back in person before the pediatric vaccine comes into play, and just other current health conditions that make it a potentially dangerous situation for them to come back in person. So I would love some feedback on that. We've done a lot of work on it. We'd love to do some more work on it, but that kind of depends on what you all think.
So a couple of quick questions for me. The first is I'd like to understand how those students are distributed in terms of grades, because that affects the program required to support them. And you don't have to provide all that detail in the moment, but the second question for me is, at least in my head, it feels more complicated, because would these students be enrolled with Leander ISD? But the state wouldn't give us credit for their participation because they're not attending? They wouldn't be part of our WADA?
So, and we can, if we need to roll up another chair, we can bring our general counsel up, or our in-house counsel. I've been collaborating or discussing this with Sean today. First, I just would like to tell you the numbers. At pre-K, there were 10. At kindergarten, there's 35. First grade, 32. Second grade, 42. Sorry, the picture's kind of small. Third grade, 63. Fourth grade, 61. Fifth grade, 48. Sixth grade, 50. Seventh grade, 34. Eighth grade, 20. Ninth grade, 20. 10th grade, 27. 11th grade, 26. And then a really interesting one, 12th grade, 36. We're going to dig deeper into that one. One of the key processes that will be coming into play, and we're trying to time it just right, because we know as things continue to open up and people continue to be more comfortable, and people are at different places in that continuum, we think timing the reach back out, which I am going to do on Monday via email, but then we really need to make personal contact with families and see where they're at now, because I think every single day potentially has evolving minds. Now, as far as funding, and Sean can talk about that, or attendance. We do, as I understand it, Sean explained it to me, we do have the ability to retain these students as Leander ISD students. We would not necessarily, we wouldn't receive funding if one of our waiver applications was not approved or accepted by the commissioner.
Before we get into too much discussion, I'd like to do the first part of our public comment. So let's go back to the public.
How about that public hearing? We might need to empty out a chair or
I
two.
was going to say, I'd like us to do the public hearing, and then we can continue our comment. Board members, if you don't mind holding on to your comments. We have one person signed up for public hearing, so you really just need to clear one desk.
Let's give them the middle spot.
Okay, we'll give them the middle spot, and that is Ms. Perla Hopkins. Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. You can just press the button when you're ready to start.
Concerning funds, please use our taxpayer funds monies responsibly. Please ensure that the funds go directly to impact student learning. I see professional development up there. I've had a huge concern with funds going to initiatives that I don't see impact our students. I see reading academies up there. I would like to know more about that. And I'm very, very happy to hear about adding counselors to our schools. SB 178 and 179 was specifically for school counselors, and to make sure that our counselors are being given the time to spend with our students, not being given additional duties. So earlier, the remark about, administrative work, please look at all those items. As you're deliberating next week, having to do with social studies and HB 3979, please make sure that you're also touching base on the resources that have been used, curriculum that has been approved by Leander ISD to include giving students assignments analyzing NWA's Fuck the Police, part of your curriculum. You also had a Women's March video where the speaker in the video is topless, and she uses the word pussy about 6 times. Not everyone who identifies as a woman has a pussy, nor does your identity as a woman have anything to do with pussy. Anti-black origins upon which gynecology was built, economic justice for the sex worker industry. I could just go on and on with examples, elementary, high school, emergency stuff. I also don't want it to be lost on you that HB 3979 was drafted by several legislators, and in January 29th, you hosted a legislative virtual meeting with the state representative. He represents part of LISD. He was the one that put in the point of order to block HB 3979. So do not let that be lost on you. Out of all the 2,000 plus districts in Texas, the state representative with the point of order represents you, represents us.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. And now we will continue with our questions and our discussion. Anna, I think you were next up, or Aaron? I'm sorry, did they answer your question? I'm sorry.
No, yeah, I
Go
didn't
back to Aaron's question then.
Yeah, we were broaching the topic of attendance and funding. I mean, my assumption was that the funding from Esser would take the place of state funding for those students because we couldn't recognize them as Leander students because they're not physically attending. That's my initial understanding.
That's a correct assumption. There is a waiver that you can get on an individual basis, case by case, for a student that has a specific need, usually based on a disability. But that most likely wouldn't apply to every kid who might be interested in just continuing virtual. That could potentially apply to some kids, but regardless, if a 504 committee, for instance, or an IEP, or an ARD committee, excuse me, determined that that was necessary for that child, we would have to provide that. Regardless, we would be applying for the waiver in order to collect state school fund, but otherwise we would still be on the hook and would have to find some way to fund that.
And so then I guess the follow-up question or clarification for me was, can we provide educational services and enroll a student who isn't part of our foundation formula funding, right? Can
yes.
We can give services to a student who isn't attending?
Ultimately, yes, because attending, there's a difference between enrollment and attending, like as we all commonly think of that in our common parlance, versus attending as defined in the attendance manual, which is really what the waiver is all about. It's whether or not you qualify for that strict definition of attendance in order to collect state school fund.
But if you don't qualify under the waiver,
then you can still be enrolled. It's just the district has to self-fund that.
Okay.
And actually, I've spoken with the general counsel at Dallas ISD. They're actually taking that approach.
It's kind of related to his the remote learning option. Is it going to be accessible to all kids, including those with 504s and IEPs? Because I know when we had surveyed originally, I know some parents were given some pushback at individual campuses, but it's my understanding this option's open to all Leander ISD students.
Yes, and we did communicate that in the parent need form.
Do we, out of the 346 families, I don't know if you took this information because I realize it can be confidential, do we know out of those families, those students that have an IEP?
We do not. We are working on that information.
I'm not aware of that, but I think, to be clear, that if there was a student who is under an IEP, that would probably go back to an ARD committee to ensure that's an appropriate placement for the student.
We do have the parent contact information and emails and such, and so we are working to gather all the information we would need. I would anticipate, or we do anticipate, that the number will be less than 346 at the end, just as people change their mind about the situation, and as not that they get a better understanding of what the purpose it would be of offering a remote option, and that it would be angling towards that health concern directly related to the pandemic.
Okay, so question for me, a couple things. So does this mean that campuses are going to lose staff?
No, that's a great question, and that was something that was really important to us as we were considering how to offer this. We wanted to ensure that campuses would remain whole, especially with these small numbers. If you think about, I can't remember the number, but it was like 23, for instance, at kindergarten. If I try to think of which campus to pull that teacher from, then they will be out of compliance with the ratios, and we'd have to give them another teacher. So really, the only way to do it correctly with numbers this small, as opposed to like this year and things, is to look at a separate funding source and get the FTE, get the additional FTE that would be needed. Keeping in mind, one of the benefits of having it small is any additional FTE that we'd be looking at is a relatively small number that we would be pretty much guaranteed to be able to fold back into the system in the next calendar year, just based on attrition and our growth.
Okay, my next question is, at the high school level, because this wasn't signed, what does this do for kids that want to participate in UIL activities? Or is it because they're going to be home due to health concerns that they would not then participate in public school UIL items?
That's another good question. And Aaron, your questions were good too. I just want to qualify that. I didn't say it though, but I don't want to imply that they were not.
I agree. Christine's question is a good one.
The way we have it framed right now is very narrowly due to the health concerns. And if your health concerns would be in a position where you would need to stay home, you would not be coming to the campus to participate in UIL activities.
All right. I don't know if we have any further, oh, we do. One thing I want to do, I'm channeling Trish right now, is making sure that we're kind of popcorning and giving everybody one question and making sure that everyone has an opportunity to ask those questions. And so if there's any board members that haven't asked any questions on this topic yet, if you would like to, I'm going to make sure that give some time for that before I ask any questions.
I think Dr.
Matt, quick question in regards to the plan that you're working on. Can you get the draft format to our board members, or just some of those details in writing, so we can look at those numbers and I don't know, read the fine print? And then once we start getting something beyond a draft, can we get that put up on our website for our public to see?
Whatever I'm allowed to do as far as the website, and you are the president, I'd be happy to do that. But as soon as I get back to my chair, I can email you all a detailed draft of the plan that includes the teachers and the associated costs based on 350 students.
If you don't mind, Dr. Benz, I'd like to put that in the Friday memo just to stay consistent.
I'll put it in the Friday memo.
Thank you, sir.
I'm waiting. And I just think you were asking for feedback of interest, so go forth and prosper.
That sounds like, yeah.
You want to go?
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to say the student success facilitators, I think we visit a campus where they utilize that Larkspur. No, maybe? They're kind of similar.
So Larkspur does a great job of like doing cross training and having different people, everybody come in and swarm all over. That's probably not a great, I don't know. They just really take a team approach to assisting students with whatever they need. And so that is the kind of, some of the kinds of supports that Larkspur is doing a great job with, and so are many of our other elementary campuses. Secondary campuses really don't have that type of support built in, and that's what we're looking to accomplish, yes.
I am like so excited. I've talked to Kendra about this all the time, especially when it comes to intervention and keeping that data and ensuring that it transfers from from grade to grade. So I'm super excited to see the process of that, and I'd be curious to see like where we're at data-wise, if we're closing the gap, a year after we instill or we hire these students.
We will keep close.
I'm excited.
Close, clean, clear, detailed data, because I know Trish and Aaron, and now Anna is always going to ask for it every single time. All y'all will. So we will do that for sure.
I was going to say that we don't have an action on this item, and so perhaps we can look at the full details that you're going to send us in our Friday memo, and then we can bring forward further discussion. And unless somebody has a pressing question right now, only because it's about 9:40 and we haven't gotten to
most of our agenda.
At this point.
I was proposing that we would put it on, I would put it on as an agenda item for next week, and I did discuss that with Donna the other day.
I do have one quick question, I think. On slide 4, where you talk about the 20% of the Esser funds that need to be applied specifically to students with learning needs. Actually, I think it's back one more. No, where'd it go?
It's on, the third bullet. Develop a plan identifying 20%.
That's it. So it's really the second bullet, review of data to address learning of student groups. Do we know what data we're going to use to define those needs that we're satisfying in bullet 3?
Sure. So I'm going to answer that if you don't mind. I just haven't been up at the mic all night, and I miss talking to y'all. So one of the key things moving forward, we are, there is remediation involved, and we are going to identify struggling students. I also just want to say, Jennifer Collins talked about it earlier, but really being able to bring you a nationally validated universal screener, and we're looking at the MAP assessment for math, and continuing to look at ISIP for K-8 and kicking it up into the middle school as well for both of those. And having those diagnostics, particularly the one at the very beginning of the year, is going to be key. Because as we look and talk to you in the future about things like STAR data for this past spring, participation numbers and who took tests is very difficult to use to to decide what we need to do and who needs that support. So that beginning of the year is going to be great. We are already, though, using data on the data we do have, iExcel, Dreambox, and iStation, to identify students who are needing the support, and the way we identify students that need summer school each year and things like that, and also failure rates. We're pulling all that in. We are also getting ready to do a Friday memo in a couple of weeks on the House Bill 3 goals, which gives you a taste of some of that.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing that in the Friday memo. Board, we're going to take a short break right now. 10-minute break. Because I say 5, we're not going to get back till 10, so let's just be real. Okay, say 5, so then we're actually back in 10.
Bang the gavel. Bang the gavel.
Come on. No. We're, all right, we're going to get back to our board meeting. It's 9:51, and we have some things to cover. So we have one thing on the consent agenda. If anyone has a motion.
Madam Vice President, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented. Madam Vice President, I move that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
I second. Is that what I'm doing?
I have a motion from Jim, a second from Anna. All those in favor? So it's 7 in favor of consent agenda. All right, now we're going to move things around. We do have someone here presenting, so we're going to move over to 8C4 in our agenda, and that is, let me get to that part. It's our debt portfolio update, and Elaine is going to present something along with Blake. And Blake will introduce himself completely because I'm sorry.
Blake Roberts.
Blake Roberts?
Yes.
Hi, Blake.
PFM.
Thank you.
I always want to call him Blake Thomas, so I always have to think about that. Good evening. This item, we wanted to update the board on the district's debt picture. If you'll recall, a couple of months ago, I promised you a report that would compare where the debt was in 2014 and the strides that have been made to date. Since then, we've undergone another rating review with S&P, and so we'll highlight that report. And last month, we refunded some bonds. So we're going to talk about the rating, the refunding, and then the progress that has been made. So on April 28th, seems like such a long time ago, we held a rating call with Standard & Poor's, and from that call, S&P affirmed the district's AAA and AA underlying rating, meaning AAA with the PSF and on our own a AA. Some highlights from that report, they stated that we had a stable outlook, not expect to change the rating in the next 2 years. And then there's a pretty good section on the credit opinion and how they came to this. And so I want to highlight some of those items. You do have the full report in the board packet. But starting on page 3 with the credit opinion was the economy and market values in the district considered extremely strong, were their words. A very strong fund balance, conservative budgeting, which is seen where actual operating results are better than budget projections, so they're considering that very conservative. Strong financial management practices, specifically pointing out that the district works with a demographer, prepares budget to actual reports, and those are presented to the board. There is a plan for long-term capital needs. We do prepare 3-year forecasts and have a formal debt management policy and a formal general fund balance policy. And so the economy, the strong financial management, and the fund balance helped lead to this report. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Blake to recap what happened with the bond refunding that occurred a couple of weeks ago.
Thanks, Elaine. So again, Blake Roberts, PFM Financial Advisors, Director in our Austin office for the district's financial advisor. I'm very happy to come to you this evening with really what is a good news story on the recent refunding. There was a bit of a stop and start, if you recall, with deciding on the new money portion that we decided to delay. And all in all, had a very successful sale. We sold bonds in late May and achieved, well, we sold 2 series of bonds, one tax exempt and one taxable. For certain tax purposes, we had to sell the second series of bonds taxable because it was an advanced refunding. And we achieved really significant savings for the district. So on a net present value basis, that's the term, meaning just in today's dollars, we saved $70 million. On a future budgetary basis, so avoided debt service over a 20-year period, we saved $110 million. But I think more importantly, the savings numbers are big and impressive, and we knew this was coming. We knew that you had some expensive capital appreciation bonds from, we refunded bonds from 2012, 2013, 2014. We knew this was coming. But because of the low interest rate environment and the ability of the board to allow us to use sort of the additional INS monies to retire debt early, we've been really able to sort of reshape the district's debt profile. And so we were able to reduce CAB debt service from 40% to 35%. Again, we're keeping a close eye on the progress towards 25%. We remain very much on track to get there. And we're really able to continue reshaping the debt profile in a way that sets the stage for capacity for a potential bond. So significant savings. The debt portfolio continues to evolve into a much more sustainable place. And S&P certainly recognized that. And then tremendous leadership of the board in giving us that discretion to use dollars in a way that attacks that really expensive CAB debt that you previously issued. So it's the savings and the reduction of CABs that we're very proud of from the refunding.
We'll move to the debt progress report. You do have this report as well in your packet, and this is something that we, if we have not already, we will post on the website. It's a very interesting story, but it takes a look at what has been accomplished since PFM was brought in as the financial advisor and as the board has worked with the administration and PFM to get the overall debt picture in a better light, and some really substantial gains that you will see that are most visible as we move forward and look at the graphs. But when PFM was brought forward, the goal was, as Blake just said, reduce that percentage of debt that was in CABs, provide capacity for future growth, which we're seeing the potential for a new bond without increasing the tax rate, so that capacity has happened, and reducing the overall debt owed. And so to do that, there have been refinancings of outstanding debt just about every year since 2015. And those refundings are very calculated. It's not just looking at what's available, it's looking at what's available that also helps build capacity and take off things off the far end of the debt payment. And as Blake alluded to, using excess tax collections. So for this last refunding, we were able to use $21 million of fund balance from the debt service fund towards that refunding. So I'll let you take this one.
Okay, yeah. So again, pre-refunding transaction, so backing up to the end of fiscal year 2014, you were at 75% of CAB debt service that was going to climb to 100%. So you were going to, if you did nothing, move to 100% debt being in CABs. Before this refunding, you were at 40% this year. After this refunding, you're at 35% and will decline to zero in roughly 20 years. But we'll continue to, if nothing else changes, but we'll continue to refund CABs as we march forward in time to get those out earlier. Again, since 2015, so a 5-year look back, total principal and interest has been reduced by $733 million. So we've reduced that total debt service payment over the life of your debt portfolio while issuing $286 million in bonds that were authorized in 2017. Again, that's a really tremendous fact pattern. And then, as the board will certainly be discussing, capacity for new debt, whatever that number may be. We've also reduced the final repayment of your debt. So you previously had amortization of bonds for 35 years. All debt's now at 30 years. And this refunding specifically shortened your amortization. So we're continuing to accelerate the repayment of more expensive debt when and where we can.
And so a picture is worth a million words in this case. So this is the overall debt portfolio in 2014, and as Blake just mentioned, if you look out the far right, the column, the orange represents CAB, CAB principal and CAB interest. So it all becomes CABs in the far years in 2014. Now, if we look at where we are now, and I believe these graphs were prior to the refunding that just happened, but you can see the CAB percentage is greatly reduced, and the far debt, the far years, has substantially declined. So that's where that capacity has taken place. Again, 2014, the debt service payment, the red line, so you can see the payment actually grows, and then the blue bars, now the debt service is level in the current years and then tapers off. So very dramatic change because of the direction of the board and PFM's work. So that's a great success story for the district. And I want to leave you with this before John Crumrine left us. He said, you know, in another year or so, this needs to be front page news on the Statesman. So this is a success story and something to be very proud of.
Thank you. Before we open up comments, if we could just remember, I know we may have a lot of questions on this. Let's all ask one question and then just give space for our fellow board members.
So I didn't have a question, but you had both said that the leadership of the board, I would beg to differ if you've seen my Amazon bill lately or talked to my wife. I think credit squarely goes to the two of you, and couldn't be happier with what this looks like as compared to 4 or 5 years ago. So hats off. I just couldn't be happier. Thank you very much.
And Jim, I would love to take the credit for this. I really would, because this would be great resume material, but I really have to hand this one off to Lucas. He was here during those years. I've done 2 refundings here, so I have a very small piece of that, but unfortunately I can't take the credit, but Blake and his team can.
You can take a fair amount of the credit, and you don't need any stuff for your resume.
I'm trying to win the slow race, and apparently I was about to lose it. I just wanted to say thank you. I think having been on the board for about 10 years, a little over 10 years myself, I recall the days when we looked at those charts, like the 2014 chart and some of the years before that, and some of us started asking questions like, if this continues, will we be able to issue any additional debt to address the construction requirements of our growing district? Because we were rapidly approaching a posture where the limits of statute and borrowing parameters were literally going to prevent us from issuing additional debt for future construction. Even if the community approved it, it would have been illegal for us to issue debt that was more than 40 years in maturity, and we were rapidly approaching that kind of a scenario. So this was a necessity for us not too many years ago. I don't think when we started that I would have anticipated a change this dramatic in this short a period of time. It's pretty significant. A lot of the credit goes to circumstances outside of our control too, right? As much as we worked hard to do this, the way that our community's grown, the way that our AV has grown, has given us leverage on the repayment that we didn't have even 5 years ago. And so without PFM, I don't think this would have been possible. The change in our financial advisor really enabled a fresh set of eyes and a new approach that met with our particular needs and our desire to get out from under this this crushing scenario. So the right partner at the right time, and a lot of hard work to get where we are. But you're right, this is a front page story, and one that we definitely want to start telling. It's obviously not finished yet, right? There's still chapters to write, but a really significant milestone.
Well, thank you. If there's no other comments, thank you again for being here with us this evening, and thank you for hanging in here until 10.
Thank you very much.
I just want to say thank you. Great job. This is exciting.
All right, we're going to move, guess what, to the superintendent report, y'all. That's where we're at on the agenda. So let's move to the superintendent report.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. And we have more good news, but I'm going to make you work a little bit now because you've been sitting around and not doing a whole lot until now. So as you look at the picture, this is a picture of our health services that we've provided over the last year or so, from September 7th, 2020 until May 28th of 21. So we've marked those two endpoints for you. You can see the peaks that happened in both the number of cases and the number of exposures right there at the end of January. But I'd like for you to just look at that briefly and see if you can pick out some other major time frame points in that journey through this unprecedented year. So just look at that and think about that for a second.
I see a snowstorm.
Can you point out where it is?
Yeah, it's where both the exposures and cases go to 0.
Correct, just right of that peak, right? What else do you see?
People traveled.
Where do you see that?
So the spikes that we see after winter break and the spike that we see after Thanksgiving.
So can you point to winter break?
Yeah, the 0.
The 0 on the left side of that peak, right?
Right. And then it jumps up, and then the winter storm is the next dip. And the next little peak after spring break, I think, is interesting because I think that's when vaccines kicked in, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So if we have a look, we can see Thanksgiving in here. We see winter break. We see the winter storm and spring break. And then we see what happened once vaccines really started to kick in. And now, as of May 28th, our cases have seemingly dried up for now, anyway. So we don't know what this looks like as we go forward. And I think that's a really important point, is that COVID-19 is still a real thing. It hasn't disappeared necessarily, but the numbers certainly help us to believe that it is under control in a way that I certainly didn't expect so quickly. And so that's really good news for us as a school district. It's great to be back doing things like State of the District in person without masks. And so we certainly feel very fortunate. You can see our total number of cases and exposures there in that table on the right-hand side. And of course, we still have access to the dashboard if you want more details on the website. So some changes to our health response protocols. We have got the QR code up there so that you can go, that just links you directly to the website. That takes you to the detailed version of this. But of course, we've removed health protocols for masks and physical distancing for visitors and all of those kinds of things while we're in this current status of green. We do have another status of red that's possible should cases reach a certain number, and we have lined all of that out in the detailed version of this information that's on the website. Health departments have resumed their normal duties. Remember that we took on contact tracing and quarantining and data reporting during the pandemic, but that's really not our work. And so by handing that back to the health departments, that frees up our staff to go back to the business of educating children. And so we're very relieved to be in that position. I know John's team for sure is very happy to go back to doing some other things. Indicators and status, so we have this green where the COVID protocols and strategies, if the indicators listed in the drop downs are low or improving, and then red if those indicators are high or worsening. just to make sure that we can still maintain control of any outbreaks that we have. And we're going to try to do that, of course, at as local a level as possible. So if we can contain any outbreak with as few number of students and staff as possible, then that will continue to be our goal as we continue to keep our staff, our students, and their families safe. So we'd like to look a little bit at next year enrollment. Of course, the school year has ended, and we ended with just over 40,736. Our next year enrollment has already rolled over 41,000 students. And of course, that's good news when you look at our budget number. And then when you look at that PASA number of 43,951, which was about an 8% growth number, and 41,000 now at the middle of June is certainly a very strong number, and indicates enrollment growth that we suggest will surpass the budget number as we go towards August. And those numbers continue to roll in. I'll point out that 41,006 students is students who've rolled over in the system and new enrollments in the system. So those students who've rolled over, there is the potential that some of those students will withdraw from the system, but haven't yet. So that's not a 100% accurate number. We are doing online enrollment verification, but we have far fewer of those in the system as of this time. So this is a stronger predictor for us of what's going to happen as we go forward. I'll pause there for a second if there are any questions about enrollment. Okay. Some upcoming events that we have in the district. Our district offices will be closed for the Independence Day holidays from June 28th to July 5th. We have our leadership retreat coming up in July. Support staff job fair on July 24th. That's an in-person job fair. That will be publicized a little bit later after the 5th of July. Our Safety and Operational Summit, again, is our leadership summit that focuses more on the operational side. And want to just remind board members that as we put these things out to you, these are open for you to drop in and out of as you would like to. And we encourage you to do that. Our staff loves to see you and just celebrate your faces with them. July 30th is our District Culture and Vision Day for our new to district staff. That would be a really great one for you to come and see, because that's where we really welcome in our new to district staff and paint a picture of who we are as the hashtag One LISD family. And so that would be a great time for you. July 31st, our annual backpack attack. We'll be able to do that with a little bit more verve than I think we were able to do this last year, because we'll be in person. Our returning staff come back August 5th. Convocation, mark your date now, for August 6th. We'll be in person, but we'll also be live streaming that for campuses to do watch parties. So that's a slightly modified approach to what we've done before. And we look forward to trying to do a little bit of blended learning here as we go forward. And of course, our first day of school for the 21-22 school year on August 12th. Continue to want to really thank the entire hashtag One LISD family, because they've done an incredible job of keeping everybody safe in a global pandemic and really addressing as many individual needs as were possible. And our job going forward is going to be to cultivate and connect. And we're going to be really focused on making sure that we connect all of our individual family members back to the family, understand where they are, and then take them and accelerate them forward. And so with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
So not a question so much, but a comment. Two comments, actually. You'd mentioned about us doing contact tracing and quarantine and all of those things, our nurses especially. Never want to miss an opportunity to thank them again for the role that they played, not only for our district, but for our larger community. And you know, when we disagree, I disagree. And we had some difficult conversations about what continuing school in the face of a global pandemic looked like. But I also have to give credit where credit is due. You guided this ship, and it could have been a lot worse. We did exceptionally well, in my opinion, and I think the community would agree. So I want to make sure that I take this opportunity publicly to say that job well done on navigating those uncharted waters with the pandemic.
Thank you, Jim. And of course, most of that thanks goes to our team.
I just want to say, y'all are amazing. And we appreciate all our teachers and staff, and y'all work so hard, and we know you put on so many more hats than you had before, and we're in classrooms and various places you never thought you'd be, but we appreciate all of y'all, and y'all did amazing. And I'm so grateful that we were able to keep our doors open for the most part and keep our students engaged.
Thank you, Alexis.
Awesome. Thank you. No, there's no other questions or comments for Dr. Gehring. We will then move on to the student experience section of our agenda, item 8A1. That would be the Equity and Diversity Advisory Committee update. Good evening, board members and Dr. Gehring. We are here tonight to give you an update on our Equity and Diversity Advisory Committee and the work that we've been doing since the last time we presented to you all in January. Just to remind you, the purpose of the Equity and Diversity Advisory Committee is to provide guidance to ensure equity and diversity within Leander ISD. This committee consisted of board members, community members, both campus and district staff as well. And so we've been working together on different areas under equity and diversity this year. And so those three focus areas that we've really been concentrating on is policy and practice, professional learning, and community collaboration. So we're going to give you some updates in all three of those areas tonight, but what we're going to concentrate on first is our community collaboration area. One of the biggest events that we took on this year that we really enjoyed and were excited about was holding listening sessions around equity and diversity. And so we had about 10 listening sessions, and now we have worked with Sarah Martinez to be able to give us some of our data and to compile that into a format for you to be able to see feedback that we learned from our listening sessions. And so what I'm going to do is turn it over to her. She's going to give us some of that, what they have learned through looking at that data, and then we will continue with other updates and what we've been doing with the committee.
Great. So I had the honor of reading about 1,000 comments and coding and trying to make sense of what the data from the listening sessions had. So I'm going to try to chunk this in a way that's pretty clear and higher level, and this is a preliminary analysis. So we had 177 participants across 10 listening sessions. They originally had a plan for 6, but we had Snowvid, and we ended up adding additional ones, so we had 10 sessions. We also, in addition to those 177 participants, we had a form for people who were not either unable to make the listening sessions or had a desire to add additional information, and they had the same questions. And so at the time that we pulled the data, there were 110 form responses. And you can see the word cloud there. They were primarily, a majority of the participants were parents, staff members, and community members. So the goals for the listening session were to listen and learn from the community and the staff and the students about their experiences related to equity, diversity in Leander ISD, to see the participants and be seen by sharing our stories, and to gather feedback on possible next steps for Leander ISD. So there were a little over 30 volunteer facilitators and note takers who participated in this process. The listening session started in a large group, but then went into breakout rooms, 4 to 8 people, accompanied by a facilitator and a note taker with a scripted response. And from that information, we had three main questions. We wanted to know about the experiences that our community was having. First of all, what the district needed to know from their perspective, what experiences they had had or lack of experiences with diversity and equity, and then also any additional steps. So we ended up with a very large data set. We had we took all of the comments and chunked them, and then went through an open and axial coding process. Ended up with a code book of about 57 codes that were interrelated. So there was a long process that went through this. We did try something new with this analysis. We hired 2 doctoral level students from Concordia University to step in and help us with some of the coding and doing some member check with us. And so of those 57, after we coded all of the data, then we began to look and see what the themes were that were emerging from the data. And we ended up with 5 themes. So for this presentation, I'm just going to go through briefly each of the 5 themes, try to give you a sense of what the codes were that made up those themes, and then actually give you some specific examples of what people had said that related to some of those. Obviously, this is just going to be a piece of the data. It's not all of it. We would be here much longer. So probably the most pronounced and prominent, and I know this will come as a big shock to all of you, is the politicalization and the polarization that's happening within our community, specifically around diversity, inclusion, and equity. So these comments all reflected a significant amount of polarization and politicalization. They included perceptions of political bias, mentions of negative adult behavior on both sides of the issue, and differences actually in the beliefs of whether or not diversity, equity, and inclusion are problems within this system. The second theme was cultural responsiveness, and that broadly included comments that were related to culturally responsive practices, such as recognizing and incorporating the assets and strengths of students, and ensuring that learning experiences were relevant for all students in Leander. The third is inclusive culture, and that included comments related to the establishment of an inclusive culture for diverse student groups by creating a culture of kindness, love, acceptance, and belonging. Next, we had clarity, transparency, and communication, and these were comments generally related to the desire for increased clarity, transparency, and improved communication for the district, the need to build trust, and the need for diverse voices at the table. One of the things that came out very clear in this one was also a call for clarity around the definitions that we're using for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then finally, there was the desire for dialogue and action, and that included comments related to the importance of dialogue, intentional planning, mutual respect, and also the importance of diverse voices. This also included some calls for action, but it's important to note that within this, there was some polarization, and so we had several comments that were related to the desire for us to be acting, or for us to begin acting, and then there were those who within the system believe that the actions that we're taking are actually causing more harm and divisiveness in our communities. So I'm going to try to go quickly through these. That was just sort of an overview. So the first theme was really this politicalization and polarization. Again, not a big surprise. It really mirrors what's happening in our country overall in terms of the dialogue. But we did see that there were numerous comments around perceptions about political bias, the lack of neutrality, a lack of acceptance of diversity, and the belief that the district is pushing a social agenda. So there were quite a few of those types of comments. There were also numerous comments around negative adult behavior, is what I ended up calling it, and concerns about lack of tolerance that is rising up within our community. And as the issue related to the book clubs sort of emerged during the time of these listening sessions, this topic became increasingly prevalent in the listening sessions, both the face-to-face and the online forum. It should also be noted that most of the comments related to perceptions of political bias, anti-white and anti-Christian bias, white shaming, pushings of social agendas were received in the form and were far less prevalent in the face-to-face or even though they were virtual, the listening sessions. And the difference in the tenor of those comments too was pretty significant, as you might imagine. So here's an example. This was really difficult to sort of tease out, but overall there is this kind of polarization within the community as to whether or not we even have a problem, where there were frequent comments related to belief that there is no problem, juxtaposed to some pretty heart-wrenching stories of specific either first or second person examples of experiences related to discrimination or harmful or negative experiences. And so really this was the largest of all of the themes in terms of it was prevalent throughout the whole data set. Under culturally responsive, this again broadly included comments related to culturally responsive practices, including recognizing and incorporating the assets and the strengths of all of our students and bringing that into the classroom and ensuring that all students are receiving a really high quality education within our schools. There were several comments related to the desire for diverse staff, and also the importance of positive cultural representations and high expectations within the district. There was also a clear desire to celebrate all types of diversity. We saw that in several of the comments. And a thread of a desire to represent diverse cultures and histories within the curriculum materials. So the book piece came out here as well. Again, there was some polarization related to that. There was some people who who expressed concerns that the acceptance of diverse students and historically marginalized students is actually taking away from the acceptance of more conservative thoughts and belief systems. So here's some typical comments related to the diversity of staff. Again, this was very prevalent in the data set. And then also the importance for positive cultural representations. So the third theme is around creating an inclusive culture. And it's important to note in this theme that we're talking a lot about the importance of dialogue and having really intentional planning, this need for mutual respect within the community, and the inclusion of diverse voices. There were also many comments related to a sense of belonging, a need for a sense of belonging and access to opportunities. And that included extracurricular and advanced program opportunities for students who have been historically marginalized. It's also important to note that this theme incorporates the need for positive inclusive culture, including diversity not just for race and ethnicity, but also neurodiversity, including students who are receiving services in special education or support services, the LGBTQIA community, the socioeconomic status came up quite a bit. Religion was also talked about, as well as diversity of thought by creating that culture of kindness and love and acceptance. So here are some examples of the types of comments that were coded under the importance of dialogue, intentional planning, mutual respect, and the inclusion of diverse voices. And here's some specific comments related to addressing the needs of diverse learners. This diverse learners, the needs really talked about truly, like I said, the diversity of our students, but also acknowledging and supporting students who are who have been historically marginalized. The fourth theme that was clear in the data was the need for clarity, transparency, and communication. We've heard lots of calls for that lately. And in the listening session, it was very clear that there was a need for clarity around definitions and a desire to build trust, as well as specific concerns related to the lack of trust, and concerns related to reporting and resolving issues and the lack of accountability when issues do arise. And again, this call for new and different voices. So here's a few examples for you. Tell me if I'm going too fast. I know y'all have had this before and it's late, so I'm trying to be respectful of that. And then the final theme really was this desire for dialogue and action. It was interesting. There seems to be an understanding that this work is going to require both individual and collective action. There was quite a few voices that expressed that, as well as a call for a dedicated equity office, additional professional learning, and the need to continue to reach out beyond LISD to support the initiative. It's important to note that there was some polarization as well around the call for action. So this wasn't a distinct call for action, although many of the voices in the data set were calling for action and in fact expressed significant frustration with the pace of action that we've had. But there were also a number of comments that were calling for us to stop discussing diversity, equity, or inclusion altogether, and feeling that it was creating division within the community and causing harm, as well as voices that were saying that it doesn't belong in schools at all. So there were quite a few in there of voices that would rather us just ignore it. So here's a very clear example of the frustration with the pace versus that polarization between the frustration with the pace and the desire for no action. All right. So the last question of this listening session did ask, what can we do? And so we did take and look at those and coded those separately and looked at what the clearest recommendations are coming from our community. So there seems to be a good consensus about the need to increase diversity of staff. This Celebrate Diverse Cultures was a really big one. There were quite a few people who spoke of other districts that they had been in or experiences they had had where there were cultural fairs regularly, sensitivity to religious holidays, and just a desire to really embrace other cultures. And so that was one of the really kind of positive things I think that came out of this data, was the desire for people wanting to find more ways for us to be connecting across cultures. Also the need for dedicated officer and the need to continue to seek support and expert advice outside of the district. Supporting marginalized students, this really came up. There were quite a few calls for things like Black student unions and other organizations that could help meet the needs of students who have been marginalized, and also included the need to acknowledge the fact that we have some students who have had different experiences, and we need to be sensitive to that. There was also a call to remove barriers to access for both like extracurricular and advanced programs came up. Some of the examples were things like providing extra transportation, extra bus runs so that kids could participate who may not normally get to do that. The professional learning was really for teachers, parents, and the community. And then really there was just a very clear call for us to continue to listen and to act and to work together in conjunction with our community. And so I am going to turn it over to Lorlyn, who's going to follow up with some discussions around the amazing work that our equity and diversity team steering committee has been doing. And then I guess we can do questions at the end.
Dr. Martinez, if you'll wait on that slide. I want to thank Dr. Martinez and our Concordia graduate students for the coding. Those of you that know qualitative research, it takes hours and hours to code all of this, and I think it's important that we were able to hear all of these voices through this. So before we move on to share a few more recommendations and an update from the committee, are there any specific questions for Dr. Martinez related to the listening session data that you would like to discuss?
I have one. I'll limit myself to one. Given the history of our listening sessions, how they emerged and how they progressed this year, one of my primary concerns with the data, I mean, it's wonderful data and wonderful work, but one of my primary concerns is there's no way to call it representative, right? It's the participants who chose to come and share their sentiment. So how do we take action on this data if we don't know how it represents the shape of our community?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question. And really when the approach that we took from a qualitative approach was really was using grounded theory approach, which is you begin, you look at the data set, you pull out the things that hold true, and then you continue that process over and over again. So this is really just the beginning. I did forget to mention that there are some limitations to this. There was some clear, especially in the form, there was some clear, it was difficult to know exactly who was providing that kind of feedback, and there was some there was like a point at which things sort of turned in the forms, and we began to see even more inflammatory kind of language coming out in the form. And so it is difficult to have, to say that this validly represents the entire district. Although I can say that there was enough examples of the themes that came up that we can say that those exist within the system. Whether those are the only things that exist, certainly not. So I think what we have to do is just continue now to use this as a framework and think about where are the additional experiences that we have through additional learning, listening sessions and interactions like here at the board to try to continue to call out what our community is actually experiencing. I'm not sure it's knowable fully.
I think one thing the committee talked about, that this is one piece of all the data that we've been gathering for years. And I did feel very similar to that. I know there was a certain point where I saw the survey link with like the code being shared on multiple Facebook groups with the answers, like here, you should write this. And so when I saw that, I was concerned about the form data and what that would do to our form data. And I guess you said you could kind of see maybe when that happened in the form. So I guess I appreciate that, we understand that there's limitations to that, because I kind of lost faith in some of the form data once I saw that being widely shared with here's the answers to the form. That did really concern me as well. So thank you for addressing that.
I think one of the beauties, though, of the qualitative research is that we're not just counting the number of people who said this or that, right? So we truly were looking for, and we broke down, paragraphs in just much smaller chunks and really looked for the essence of what people were telling us. And so I do feel, although concerned about some of the limitations, I think the other limitation of this data set is that we had a few former students that have participated, but this does not have a student voice. And so it was very, very much parent and community, and sometimes maybe even beyond, not even in our community. And so I think that I don't know that negates what we did learn from this, but it certainly, we understand that we don't have the complete picture. But I don't want to do it again, so if we could avoid doing another 10 listening sessions, that would be great.
Are we going to plan to like talk to our students? Because I'm thinking of the superintendent advisory committee we have, and also LHS has a diversity and equity task force. Is that something we're going to consider later on? I don't want to jump the
And
gun.
it just, my work on the committee, almost every principal, you know, and I think we saw this a lot when we did our school visits. They've already created their own committee at that school. So I thought it was really valuable when it wasn't just we had our smaller committee and then we had our extended committee, which was a lot of APs and principals talking about what they heard from students on their campus. And I think it was Henry Middle School, when I went and did my visit there, they were talking about what they learned at their listening session. And I was like, what? And they were like, oh yeah, you know, we did our own listening session with our students. And so, yes, and Laura, Lynn, and Krista are probably like, let us get to that part. But I just wanted to, that was a really big piece of the committee, is just making sure that we're getting student voice in there.
And real quick, I wanted to make a couple of comments on all of this data and what it represents. Yes, I agree. I wish we could take more definitive action right now, but I also appreciate the intentional approach that we're taking. So there's a dichotomy in there, right? But the adult behavior is something that kind of sticks with me. There are a lot of people that are really putting forth an effort to bring, to me it's not equity and diversity and inclusion, it's dignity and respect for every member of the community. And that's a non-negotiable, right? I think we address dignity and respect of the individual. A lot of these other problems clear themselves out. With the politicalization, one thing that impedes the work is when we start clumping everything together. And I'm going to go back to our now infamous book club as a prime example. We can be opposed to some of the content of these books, but to hear the comments that if you oppose the book, you oppose the author who wrote it and who they represent, is insulting. We absolutely need those voices that represent all students in our district, and we have to be able to separate those out. So, look, we've come through a horrific year with the pandemic and all of the snowpocalypse and everything else we've had to deal with over the last year. And we're coming through the other side, right? So I think this is just more of a general comment that maybe this is the point where we take the summer and we take a step back and we figure out, instead of how we keep the tenor up and how we keep fighting just for the sake of fighting, that we figure out how do we come together and prepare for when school opens in August, right? We're not going to solve this problem tonight. We have to acknowledge that we are doing the work. It is going to take some time. To some of the earlier comments, there are some things that I think we could have already been doing, and I'm starting to get impatient that some of these things really need to start moving in some measurable form. But we're going to continue to have these difficult conversations. We have got to stop with the politicalization. We've got to make sure that we're separating what the issues are, and I'm probably preaching to the choir, right? But I very much appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I really appreciated giving up my spot so someone else could jump in there and continue to do the good work, right? But we have to stop for a second and listen to one another, or we're going to be in the same spot a year from now, right? So that's my comment.
I do think there's some lessons learned. I think we see the difference in the tenor when we actually bring people together, and also evident on both sides of this issue or across the whole data set was this call for diverse voices and just to listen to each other. And so I think that there is some truth in that we can use to help us move forward.
You know, one of the most amazing things we heard through the graduations was the one young lady who gave the speech, and she said, why not try to approach everybody that you meet with a sense of fascination? And that has really stuck with me, and maybe that's something we focus on over the summer, right? How do we start looking at each other with fascination instead of disdain?
So as you are aware, our Equity and Diversity Advisory Committee has been meeting pretty regularly since August of 2020. And what you see on the screen is what Krista presented a few minutes ago. These are the 3 areas with which we chose to break up the work. And the data that Dr. Martinez just presented to you was powerful and rich data, but it was truly one component of the work that we've been doing. So it came out of our community collaboration. So what Ms. Carlene and I would like to do here is kind of give you an update on the whole committee. I think we said at the last board meeting we'd come back to you on a regular basis and give you some updates. And so that's really what the rest of the presentation is. All right. So our Policy and Practice Subcommittee has been working on 2 major areas to which you see on the screen. We are currently finalizing a job description for our first staff position that will be focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And while the specific title of this position is still being finalized, we have requested this position in the 2021-2022 budget that's up for your consideration at the next meeting. We are excited that this visionary and transformational leader will serve as a catalyst to promote a culture of inclusion in our district and help us support Leander as an organization to improve the overall quality of instruction and ensure educational equity for all. Secondly, go back, Sarah. Sorry. It's all right. I know. Secondly, we've also been meeting with our board policy subcommittee this spring and this summer to draft what we hope will become an AEA local policy. And this policy will provide some guidance that we've all been seeking and a framework to ensure that we are promoting and welcoming each and every member of our community. And Jim, you talked a few minutes ago about respecting. That's exactly what this policy would do for us. And we are super thankful to Dr. Delakia and Mr. Johnson and Mrs. Grimes for their work with us, and we hope to be able to provide you an update in the near future on that policy.
So our professional learning committee has been working very hard on creating a professional learning plan. I think, Mr. McKay, this probably addresses what you were talking about. How do we start out the new year, right, and focus on that with our students? And so one of the things I'm really excited about is really looking at an assets-based approach to our students and our staff in our community. And so they're working on a system-wide professional learning plan that can be facilitated at the campus and district department level, and it's going to promote discussions and actions for different settings. And so one of the first ones to roll out will be on asset-based thinking. And so really looking at, this is a unique year. Our students had a different type of learning, right? They're going to come to us with all different kinds of experiences. And so how do we focus on the positive and the great things that they bring with them and use those and leverage those to start closing any gaps they may have, right? And so we really need to focus on that. And that is part of what that first initial piece of learning is going to be about. And then you also heard Dr. Martinez talk about there was a need to really be come together and define what diversity, equity, and inclusion means for us in the district. And it really is just talking about coming up with those definitions and talking with the community to let them know this is what we mean when we talk about these 3 words in LISD. And then we'll continue with that professional learning plan to really look at how we can leverage data. So I know we brought to you in January data which was access to program, and we looked at that to kind of start talking at a district level. So this would help promote that at campus levels to be able to use their data and reflect to see how we can support students better and what they have access to and how we are best serving each and every one of our students in the community.
And then our community collaboration group, like I said, one of their big focus areas this year were the 10 listening sessions. But they're also looking to help us kind of expand the current Diversity and Equity and Inclusion Committee. And really, we envision this being inclusive of all campuses and a representative of all members of our community. I think we've seen that when we come together and we talk to one another and we have those conversations and we build those deep relationships with one another, we really come together as a district. And so that's our hope, is to continue to expand this committee. We do not have everything finalized yet, but we'll be bringing that forward to you later this summer as we look to really formalize these processes that we were able to engage in this year. And then, of course, you've heard this, but we're going to continue to host listening sessions, and we would strongly encourage every member of our community to come out and have your voice heard. We truly want to hear from every single person in this district what your experiences have been like, what we can do to continue to improve, and just help us get better. So we truly value the voices. We hope that the presentation tonight showed that we took hours and hours and hours to truly listen to 100 pages of data, and so we want to continue to honor that through the listening sessions that our school and community relations team is hosting. And we're open for any questions that you have, either regarding the data for Dr. Martinez or the committee for Ms. Carlene and I.
So one of the things I got to participate in being on this committee, and thank you, Jim, for giving me your spot, was the community collaboration piece and discussing how different campuses have been able to highlight their diversity on their campuses. And so we got to talk about, what different culture fairs and things like that look like, and culture nights, and how exciting it was, and it just really kind of brought the campus together. And I can just speak to, Reagan Elementary, when we would do our culture fest, and we had dances, and we had food, and we had parents from different cultures come and talk to kids, and they would do some during the day so the kids could come during their specials time, and then one evening availability so that families could participate together. So thinking of that on a larger scale, and how can we do that as a district and have people from different cultures be able to teach us and learn from each other. And so I found that very interesting and enlightening, and I look forward to continuing that conversation.
You made me think of something about that. But my question is, I'd love to know the status and update on the policy committee and where y'all are at. Because I feel like you guys have been meeting, and I'm not quite sure where you guys are at and what's the next steps.
I think it's been really good. It's just long. We've had 3 meetings, or 2 meetings, 2 or? I think 3 are coming up. Okay, 2 so far. We have another one coming up. It's been great discussion, and I thought it was great discussion, and getting to hear other people's concerns and asking those questions. And I really think, the group that's been on that committee, I was on that committee, and we had an AP, a principal, and a teacher. And so it was just really fascinating for me to hear. Sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, we should do this. And they were both like, oh, let me tell you why I don't think that's a great idea. And it's like, oh yeah, I mean, they're there, right? And so I've really enjoyed the process. I should take that back. I haven't enjoyed the process. The process has been hard, but I appreciate the process. So, and I will push that and now to Alexis and Aaron, because they're also on that committee, Anna, and so they might have a different perspective.
I mean, it's like an hour goes really fast, and so you don't get as deep as you wanted or as far along as you wanted. But we've had 2 meetings, and we have, I think, 3 more in July. So it's not like we're not meeting or not actively engaged. But yeah, every time slot goes really fast, and you didn't get as far as you wanted. But we are still working hard and diligently.
It's kind of like other policy discussions. It's slow work. It's tedious work. It's, a phrase at a time sometimes, and lots of discussion. And frankly, there's a lot of remaining tension still in the language that we've already worked through, right? That we'll have to go back and review again. And it shines a light, I think, on a lot of what we see in our community, in our society. A lot of that's reflected here in these policy discussions. And so even when we're done, I'm sure there will be plenty to talk about. So if you feel left out, your time is coming.
And there's other policies that we're looking at and that are having just as much robust conversation. And so but we are meeting and we are working through that. And, it may feel slow, but like Erin said, we're really being diligent. And sometimes it's an hour meeting about one sentence, like us really pulling that apart. And not that bad. Okay, a section. A few sentences. But we are, I think, making progress through the document, but I do believe we will still have a very robust conversation when it gets to this point.
Well, I appreciate y'all and the work y'all doing. I know you guys live very busy lives, and I know this is a really big deal, so I appreciate you all three. And I have another question, but I'll give the floor to others.
I did want to mention, when you talked about the celebrations and I love that we saw that really come through. And talking to principals and APs, they said that's what a lot of the students always talk about, like really wanting to understand and celebrate each other. And I know some of y'all have heard this story, but like when my son was in 3rd grade, we moved him out of our district campus school to a different school because of racial tensions at the school he was at. And the school that he moved to, it was another LISD school. The very first day he comes home and he's like, I have this assignment. And I was like, okay. He's like, it sounds terrible. I said, tell me about it. He goes, I have to get a poster board and fold it in half. And it's like a suitcase that I'm supposed to make. And I'm supposed to fill it with all about me. And it can be culture and everything about me. And for him, he was coming from a place of kind of a lot of shame and a lot of hurt from like the previous school. So he was really apprehensive about putting anything in his suitcase. And, we encouraged him. And we're like, this is a new place. And, it was an IB school. And so it was a little bit different. And I remember he filled up that little suitcase thing and he went to school, and it was like 2 days later they had that assignment, and he came home and we were both worried because we had just moved him in the middle of the year to a different school, and we were like, how did it go? And he said, it was the best day of my whole life. And I was like, really? I was like, tell me about it. He goes, everybody was so jealous about how much stuff I had in my suitcase. He's like, my suitcase was so full, and everybody wanted to learn about all the things in my suitcase. And there were a lot of people jealous about all the different culture stuff I had in my suitcase. And I think, trying to get our students to just be excited about finding where we have these commonalities and sharing and wanting to share our experiences with other people. And I think about that experience because when we talk to principals and teachers on campuses about their students, that's one of the things that always comes up. They said students are super excited to learn and celebrate and understand other cultures. So I love that we keep hearing that, and it keeps coming back to that. So I think that's really exciting.
I think my comment off of that is a lot of these culture fairs are ran by our PTAs. And so what I know that our district is already working with our SEPTA in regards to the Kids First program, which is Texas PTA. So we've got staff members who are going to ensure that this program's implemented at every campus. So I'd like to see that happen when it comes to our multicultural fairs. Why can't we approach it the same way and, partner with our PTAs? Because, that's all parent driven, that's all parent funded. And it would just be nice, I know as an ex-PTA, I'm still PTA leader, but ex-president, council president, to know that the district is going to get behind you and help you with those resources, but ensure that the program is open to everybody. Because I know I would have loved to have a culture fair at my campus, but I'm only one person, so I'm just a suggestion. If we're willing to do it for another program in our district, let's do it for the others.
Thank you all both. It's hard work. Thank you, Sarah. I know it's hard work. It's hard conversations and it's hard work. Thank you.
Before we leave, I just want to make sure we give lots of thanks to our committee members. They have spent hours on this. We have some fabulous teachers and assistant principals and community members and board members who have met with us probably every other week since August. And so while Krista and I are sitting here tonight, the work is definitely not ours. Our committee has been phenomenal this year, so really want to thank them for their work.
Madam Vice President, I'd like to request at this time that we move item A2 and A3 to a future agenda to be determined after discussion with the board president.
Yes, I'm okay with that. Does any other board members have discussion or issue with that? Nope. Okay, well then we will, Trish is there. Sorry, Trish. It's because I'm looking over there and it's so hard to see. And so I have to do that. Okay, I got the thumbs up. All right, awesome. Now we're going to move then to item A4. That's consider approval of the human sexuality curriculum. And Jennifer Collins is going to come back up.
Hi again. All right, so at our last meeting, you'll remember that we had a panel of lots of community volunteers who participated with us on the SHAC team this year, presenting the SHAC report. We had one item from the SHAC report that does require board action, and that is the adoption of our 7th through 9th grade human sexuality curriculum. The recommendation was made that we continue to partner with Lifeguard. I do want to just mention, because there was some discussion earlier this evening, this is the only item that requires action of the board. So there are lots of administrative next steps that we're going to be talking about. So regarding things like recess guidelines, counselors supporting students with social and emotional wellness as they come back. The bylaws still had some things that needed to happen as well. So there is still work to be done, but this is the one item that does require board action. So tonight we're seeking approval of that resource.
I just want to second your clarification for our speakers earlier and so on, and anyone listening who might have sympathized with their concerns expressed earlier. None of those recommendations will go unheeded, unreviewed. They just don't require the board to take action for administration to put them into practice and use them. So with that said, Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the continued use of Lifeguard as the resource for the human sexuality curriculum used in grades 7, 8, and 9.
I'll second, but also have some comments.
We have a motion by Aaron and a second by Jim, and we're going to open it up for some comments. Anna?
I'm just curious, so the other recommendations, how will we know that they're going to be implemented, and what does that timeline look like? Are we going to wait like 6 months, a year? Like, I'm just curious. This is my first time as trustee, just trying to understand this. Brandon?
Well, it's my first time facilitating SHAC also, so well, if you look, or if you'll remember back to some of the recommendations, not only the recess piece, and I know that KB and that team is taking that back to those staff members to look at those specific guidelines and start to implement some of those things. Some of the other pieces within the physical activity and nutrition would be the recess time, which was another recommendation, and so they're going to get feedback from those staff members and also provide all the information that was provided to the community and that subcommittee. As far as the social emotional well-being, if you look at that, there was just a presentation on Esser funds, and so just happens to be some of those recommendations within that, if that is approved, and then follow up through those social emotional pieces and behavior. I know we already have been talking with Steve and the team to work with our assistant principals and Brian Miller also from the assistant principal side to make sure we're getting the training for those staff members. And so we'll be happy to provide it in a board memo or however y'all would like for that to look.
That was actually my comment, wondering if we could get just the board memo update on those other items. And, it doesn't have to be tomorrow, but, one of our upcoming board memos of just what the status and like the expectations timeline would be for some of those items to be actionable.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Also, if we could look at when agenda items come up before us that incorporate some SHAC recommendations and clearly tell us that we're talking about it, that'll help as well.
I'm not sure I heard Trish's comment completely. Trish, can you repeat it?
So what I heard
I can try. When the agenda items come up before us, if we could see if there's SHAC recommendations, that would be helpful. Or if we could just say it in the presentation that this is building off of or has a part of.
Yeah, maybe to that end, a periodic update related to the SHAC recommendations that brings them all together and sort of updates progress on them would be appropriate. I don't know what the time frame is, quarterly or something like that, right?
Yeah, and I think given the importance of some of these, like recess, somewhere where it's here in this format, so it's a matter of public record, and our public can also be informed as well.
One thing I want to ask about the specific recommendations made by the Physical Activity and Nutrition Subcommittee, something about the recess cart inventory for campuses so that they have the items that they need to enhance recess. Were those items included in those ESSER funds? Or I know it's a very broad thing. So if that's possible, to make sure that our campuses get the funds that they need to be able to provide those manipulatives for students to enjoy recess, not just the extra time, but let's enjoy it. Does that make sense? So,
Yes, ma'am. And so first step for sure is make sure, number one, do we even have an inventory of what each campus has? Because it has been pointed out that some have more, some have less, some have old, some need new. And so we've got to start with that so we can actually assign and define what that need is and how much is allocated for it. So I know KB, Kenneth, the board has been working on that.
So, oh. Well, thank you. So I was going to be grumpy and point out the hypocrisy of an abstinence-only sexual education curriculum that stands diametrically opposed to other curriculum where we welcome and talk about graphic sexual content. So that there's a bit of a disconnect there, but the one concern that I have with the abstinence-only program is that in speaking with public health professionals in our area, one thing that is an actual, this is happening with some regularity, is we have members of the community that are holding off on STI screening and waiting until it becomes a full-blown serious infection that results in spread of the infection to others through lack of education. And a recurrent theme, and I'm hearing this from, again, multiple sources, is that the patients, and I'm trying to be careful of HIPAA, right, but these individuals that are coming in are saying that the reason they did not come in for regular screening is because they were told that, especially for males, that screening involved a Q-tip and a part of their anatomy where the two would not necessarily want to connect. This is as nicely as I can put that. And what that has done is that has basically scared a lot of people to go in and seek that preventative screening that results in a full-blown infection that results in additional spread. And so I'm not saying that lifeguard is part of that issue, but one thing I would like to make sure is that lifeguard is aware of that. So I'm bringing that as a public service announcement of nothing else, that we can address that and make sure we're addressing that going forward. exactly what is involved in preventative screening so that we can get our individuals screened and help reduce the spread. So a little bit of a public service announcement on that, and with that, I'm done.
I was just going to comment about that. As a parent, I choose to option out my child for this because I would prefer to educate my children in regards to human sexuality. That is my job as a parent. So for me, I feel like that option, I feel like that's where the parent partnership goes into play. I mean, parents are wanting to have a say into what, to help guide their students and children, and I feel like that is our job as a parent to step in. I would also like to say, having one kid who's done this and has reviewed the curriculum, I take offense that women need to keep their pants on. And I even have a t-shirt, the lifeguard thing, so I understand what you're saying, Jim, but I also feel like at the end of the day, it's parents. I mean, it's our job as parents to educate our students in regards to this, so that's, you can always opt out.
No argument here. No argument with that at all. Parents do have that ultimate responsibility, and it is their right. I was simply stating that some of the information that is getting out in this area of the state is maybe contributing to what we're trying to prevent. And that is in no way to say that one gender has any more responsibility than the other. As a matter of fact, I have always been very adamantly opposed to body shaming and how we tell girls that they must dress so that the boys aren't distracted. No, the boys need to learn how to treat everybody with dignity and respect, right? So if I gave that impression, I apologize. I was just stating that an abstinence-only program has seemed to convey the message that preventative testing is exceptionally unpleasant for the males, when in actuality it is not. And we have to encourage that preventative screening in both genders, right? So that was the thrust of my comment.
Well, and I want to clarify. So Texas Education Code requires us to have abstinence as the preferred method. So it's not the only method that's covered, but it is listed as the preferred method and is taught as the most effective form of contraception and keeping yourself healthy.
And then if I may add just one more thing, Lifeguard through this whole process has been very open to any feedback. And so our community and our committee brought several items of discussion or some looks at things they'd like to change or see a little bit different within that. And so we'll definitely pass that on because they've been very open to all that feedback.
Absolutely. And again, I'm representing public health officials who said, hey, by the way, while you're talking about this, here's something we're seeing. So
I hate to.
We'll make sure parents have access.
Go ahead, Trish.
We'll just make sure that parents have access to the material.
Absolutely. Lifeguard talked a lot to us about what they've been able to learn during the pandemic. They also have had a change in leadership and are much more open to having things online and open and available for parents all of the time instead of in a smaller window. So we're very excited about that. And then we do also want to go back to the option of the in-person or the Zoom meetings so that parents can get the information that they need to make the decisions that are the best for their family.
Sorry, I had one additional point, and this, we'll talk about the survey later, but one particular item relevant to the shack that came out of the survey data that struck me was related to alcohol and drug use and perceptions of that being a problem in our system. And I know we have for years had efforts related to education and assistance, but it struck me in the data that this particular question revealed an area of significant concern for me. And so just wanted to voice that and make sure that as we go forward with the SHAC committee recommendations that we take a fresh look at some of that data and those issues and see if there isn't more that we can do on those topics.
Since you brought it up, I just want to say it was an interesting thing for me, and I wish we had clarity on if nicotine or cigarettes were a factor in that or what, because it didn't feel like that was listed, whereas alcohol and drugs was a question. And so it's like, is that inclusive of e-cigarettes and cigarettes and tobacco, because that is illegal for minors? So just an interesting point. I was on the same page. But I call the vote because we have a motion on the floor.
We do. We have a motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? I guess there's no one opposed. I saw Trish. I saw your hand go up. And so 7 in favor, the motion passes.
Madam Vice President, I'd like to request that items B1, 2, and 3 be moved to a future agenda to be determined after discussion with the board president.
That works for me. Does anyone have any concerns about that? All right, then we're going to move over to B4. Do we have anyone for that one, for B4, for the TASB recommendation? So
Yes.
yes,
Do you want to handle that conversation?
So this is a recommendation for the 2021 Texas Association of School Boards for the delegate assembly. Oh my gosh, I was thinking this was something else. I'm so sorry. So this is for the delegate. I was thinking it was our nomination for the other thing, so I apologize for that. The delegate assembly, and we're always able to send someone as the appointed delegate, and then also to give an alternate. And last year, Alexis and I did it, and then, well, I think the first year, I was the primary and you were the alternate. And when we got there, one of the really cool things we saw, I think it was AISD, said that they just swap out the whole time so that both the alternate and the delegate both get an opportunity to experience. So then the following year, Alexis and I did it again, but we switched the roles. And so we both got to kind of experience it. So I think it's really a great experience for new board members to kind of see how that process happens. Is there anyone who would be interested in that?
Sign me up.
Put your hand up. There
Anna would like to be appointed as a delegate. Christine, I saw your hand. Would you like to be the alternate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
This
Actually,
for action
is there
next
any other discussion about that?
This is presented for action next time, but I think, right?
Oh,
Or
it
no?
is.
No, it's not presented for action, so we should not take action
Yes,
tonight.
it's a discussion tonight only.
That's what I
My
said,
bad.
action for next
All
week.
right. Just discussion tonight? All right, then we get to move on down the road.
Madam Vice President, I would like to request that item C1 be moved to a future agenda to be determined after discussion with the board president.
That works for me. Does anyone have any concerns about that? Okay, if not, we will move over to item C2, discussion of loan agreement with Child Nutrition Fund. And Elaine is going to join us.
Okay. We are projecting that the Child Nutrition Fund is going to end the year in a loss because of reduced participation with half of our students being virtual. This is a loan agreement so that if the loss exceeds the available fund balance, the general fund is required that the Child Nutrition Fund cannot end with a negative fund balance. So if the loss exceeds fund balance, general fund would have to make a transfer. This loan agreement would allow for the Child Nutrition Fund to pay that back when the profits return. I don't think that they're going to exceed their fund balance, but this is a fail-safe just in case. And I recommend that we put it in place prior to the end of the fiscal year. And so next week it would be brought to you for action.
Elaine, best estimate currently, where do you think they finish? And then the follow-up is when will that be final?
So it will be final when we close the books. I believe the last number I looked at, we were looking at about $1 million plus loss. They have $3 million in fund balance. We are slated to get about $400,000 in additional federal aid. But talking to Penn this evening, we may not receive that until September or even next January, so we would not be able to accrue that until we know for sure that that's coming.
And I have a question, and what I'm trying to do is proactively alleviate concerns maybe in the community. This is not unique to LISD, correct?
Absolutely not. Every school district is facing a loss in their child nutrition funds.
And even though they weren't able to generate the revenue that they would have typically thought that they would generate through the year, this group stepped up in ways that were just unprecedented in making sure that our kiddos got fed.
They did, and looking for ways to get additional reimbursements. And, you know, this is a good time to point out, moving into next year, we're providing free meals for all students. That changes the fund accounting for that program. And so that's been a lot of discussion in the last couple of weeks. We typically adopt a budget under Fund 240. Next year, the program will operate under 242. And so TEA has just come to the realization that we'll need to report 242 in our PEMS in addition to 240. And so there's been a lot of federal aid given for the child nutrition program. And I'll have to say this $400,000 that we're slated to get has been by far the easiest money. We didn't have to apply for it. We don't have to submit reports for it. It's just, they calculated it, and as soon as the federal government approves the Texas Department of Agriculture's application, the funds will flow. So that was some last-minute funds that came through, and that was a nice surprise.
Again, I just wanted to make sure that the community at large understands that this is happening all over the country with child nutrition services. But I also wanted to take that opportunity to once again give a huge shout out to all the work that they did feeding our kiddos. And for that reason, if we're doing this loan, I think maybe not 40% interest, maybe we just charge them 30%.
I don't think we can charge a federal program interest, but I don't believe we're going to need this, but I want to put it in place just in case.
Yeah. Good call. I very much appreciate that.
Thank you, Elaine. We don't need to have action on that tonight, so let's move on to the next item, 8C3, which is discussion of a resolution committing and assigning fund balance.
Yes, if you'll recall, last year we did do some commitments and assignments of fund balance. This is updating those assignments and commitments. I'll remind the board that only the board can commit fund balance. The administration can assign fund balance if the board has delegated that authority, but that has not happened. So we are revising the commitments and assignments as part of a year-end cleanup. I'll also remind you there was a lot of discussion this past session about school district fund balances. Those bills did not pass, so we're not going to have a cap on our fund balance, but by assigning and committing fund balance, it shows a justification and a planned use for those funds. We would not access these commitments without coming back to the board at a later time through a budget amendment and getting approval for using those. And so at this point, we're asking the board to commit $2.8 million for potential capital expenditures, assign $1.1 million for instructional materials and technology. The instructional materials may become an issue in the future. We are seeing a cut to the instructional materials allotment through this last session. Pretty substantial. I believe it's about 10% of funding. And so we may not have the funds through that funding source to do all of the textbook needs that we will have in the future. We would also assign $8.2 million for additional staff if enrollment exceeds 3% growth. Again, this is just an assignment. We would come to you when we need those new positions. And then 4.8 for revenue stabilization. So this again is action next week and part of the year-end cleanup.
So one quick question. If you say we want to assign X amount of money for this purpose, and then at some point we no longer need that assigned money for that purpose. Can we unassign that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And so we are doing that with this action in a way because we had some pandemic expenses committed last year. Those no longer need to be committed or assigned, so this action would remove that and then repurpose those.
Got it. And that was a point of clarity for the public. Thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry, yeah, two questions for me. One, first, are the recommended assignments funds that you do in fact expect us to spend in the next 12 months?
I do expect us to need more FTEs in the coming school year based on where enrollment is projecting and us having to shuffle the FTEs that we have in the budget. People behind me are coming to me every day going, when can we get additional staff? And I'm telling them not till July. So I do feel that when we bring you that request, that would either be an assignment, or if we know we have the students, we would be amending budget for revenues as well.
So that was the second question. How would using these funds affect budget?
So if we come to you just asking for what's been assigned, it would be an increase to the deficit. If we bring it to you with an increase to revenues, it would be either a wash or an assistance in reducing that deficit.
Well, a simultaneous increase in revenues.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is hard to predict revenues in July because we don't have all the students here yet.
Yeah, I think part of my concern is that this has the appearance of additional deficit spending that would grow our planned deficits from whatever budget we're preparing to adopt.
Right, and remember, we're still planning the Esser funds, and so it could be that we put additional staff over in the Esser funds and we preserve the general fund.
Are there any additional questions for Elaine? All right. Oh, all right. Well, then we already took care of item C4, and so we're going to move over to item C5, and Mr. Disler is going to join us for consider approval of guaranteed maximum price number 2 for Cedar Park Middle School HVAC update.
Board members. As Gloria mentioned, we are here for GMP number 2 for Cedar Park Middle School HVAC update of $657,000. These are items that we have identified, being a 3-year project, you identify things that do come up pertaining to that project, and so we're just trying to go ahead and take care of them while we're there.
This does require action today.
I move that, my thing's missing, sorry. I move that the board approve GMP number 2 in the amount of $657,649 for Cedar Park Middle School HVAC update.
I'll second.
Have a motion from Anna, a second from Jim. All those in favor? 7 ayes, and the motion passes. And we will move over to item 8C6, review guaranteed maximum price number 2 for elementary 29.
Yes, board members. In April, we came to you with GMP number 1, and tonight we're asking for approval of GMP number 2 of $24.3 million for elementary 29. This is the construction phase portion of the project, and it is funded out of the 2017 bond.
So we're not asking for approval tonight, we're just discussing?
Right.
All right, does anyone have any questions on that? Okay, if not, let me look at Trish. Okay. We're going to move over to the next item there. Jimmy, if you want to go into the discuss requests for qualifications, the RFQ for the architectural engineering services for elementary 31 and middle school 10.
Yes. Board members, our demographer in October presented a building plan to meet the needs of our facilities. And part of that, if you would go ahead and, they got the chart, and it identifies the projects that when they need to be on the ground and open. And so what we're asking for is, if I could get my little chart up there, it'll help explain it. Well, it's sort of hard to see, but basically in the 2017 bond, we had elementary 30 and middle or high school 7 design built into that 2017 bond. What we need to do is elementary 31 and middle school 10 also needs to be started. You can see the boxes that are circled in red. The blue ones are when the design needs to start, if in fact we are going to be opening the schools as projected being needed. And so what we're asking the board to do is go ahead and start the process to name the architects for elementary 31 and middle school 10. And then that process will most likely be completed in August and come back to you. And of course, if the board chooses not to move forward with the bond election, then we won't make approvals. But if you do, then we'll ask for approvals at that time to start designing to be prepared in the event the bond passes. And so it's just putting our planning foot forward to make sure we're ready if it does come to fruition.
So obviously there's costs associated with this, and should the board at a future meeting decide to not do the bond, that expenditure is not wasted. It just puts it on hold.
Exactly.
Good.
Those buildings are going to be needed,
right,
as we know. It's just a matter of if we need them in 2023 for those 2 elementaries, we need to be under designed and ready to go to construction if the bond does pass, and you call for it, of course.
Right.
And of course, the funding mechanism, what we're looking at in talking with Lane, it'll be one of 2 options. There could be a reimbursement resolution or some project savings. If the bond passes, then the funds are there. It's just, how do we get to that point? And of course, if you call for the bond election and we start designing, then if it passes, great. If it doesn't, we'll pause immediately in November. But it'll still be, several $1 million possibly, especially at the elementary.
Right, and that's the reason I'm asking these questions, again, for the benefit of the public to know that by approving this, we're not in effect saying, oh yeah, we're doing this because we know we're going to pass a bond, because we don't. But if we don't, also want the public to know that expenditure of money is not something that's wasted or poorly handled.
Yeah, just clarification, this agenda item does not involve spending any money, it just involves starting an RFQ process, correct?
Exactly. Once we come back in August.
Yeah, once the RFQ is complete and you want to name architects
Officially.
and engineers for those projects, then at that point, we'll talk about releasing funds to start that work.
Exactly.
And to your point, that could potentially come from existing savings or other sources to be determined.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'll save those questions for that time.
Yeah, no, good catch. Thank you. Yes.
All right, we don't have an action on that tonight, then we'll move over, Jimmy, to 868, discuss selection of construction delivery method for elementary 31 and middle school 10.
Yeah. This is trailing or following right along with the architect selection. When we use construction management risk, we always like to have the contractor on board to be part of the design process to help, just help cost estimating as we're going along in the design, make sure we're not, going to be in trouble when we do get all of our bids. So it's just part of the planning process and of course, we'll go through the process and request approval at the next meeting so we can begin.
It's been a little while, I think, since we talked about the CMAR process. Just for our new board members, are you familiar with CMAR? Or Jimmy, maybe there are materials you could share with the board just as a refresher, since it's been a little while.
You bet. We have a construction management risk little guideline. We'll be happy to.
All right, do we have any further questions on that? None? Okay, then we will move over to 8C9, general construction update. Wait, did I skip one? I did. I skipped 8C8. No, I didn't. We did that.
You did.
I did?
You're good.
Okay, all right. Sorry. Where were we supposed to be? I'm like looking at all these numbers. Okay, sorry, construction update.
You're good. Tarvin Elementary is going very well. The deliveries are starting, but the main bulk of the furniture is scheduled in about a week and a half, and so it's going to start taking shape. They're working to get things planned out to as all these trucks start showing up with furniture to unload and get assembly areas, and it's a lot of coordination, no doubt, but it's going very well. The rain, caused some delay on the outside landscape, of course, but the interior is going good, and so they're working hard on the landscape side of the project now. Cedar Park Middle School is going very well. They're, working through the, I guess the biggest thing, the elevator right now, is that was just approved, but timing-wise, it's probably going to be right at the beginning of school when it becomes operational, just before school starts, and so they do have that working through the process, but they've been in communication with the campus, and so when they do have their open house, how they're going to handle that. So it's all being discussed and planned out now, because that's what I told them. I says, you have a lot of open houses before school, a lot of public coming and going, so let's make sure we have accommodations ready and how to deal with that. So Stein Ranch Elementary, they're demoing and replacing, as you can see. Carpet's gone, the ceiling are down. They're just a lot of work, but contractors doing very well out there. And they've done a good job on those projects. Vista Ridge, again, just a couple of things, and they're going to be finishing everything out. The rest of the security and hardware will be installed through now in July. And that is our summary. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions for Jimmy? Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you.
All right, you're going to have to bear with me because I probably can't speed read these the way our Madam President does. So it is 11:37 p.m. and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Codes, Texas Government Code 551071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and or attorney-client privilege matter. B, Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. C, Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. D, Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of Camacho Elementary School principal. E, Texas Government Code 551.076, deliberation regarding internal security audit and discussion with Chief Audit Executive. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to the closed session agenda items will be taken when the board returns to open session. It is 12:10 a.m. and the board is returning to open session. Board members, do you have any motions related to closed session agenda items?
Madam Vice President, I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Wendy Gonzaba for principal of Camacho Elementary School, one-year probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
I enthusiastically second.
All those in favor? And the motion passes 7-0.
Madam Vice President, I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation for administrator probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
Christine made a motion, Jim second, and that was the same on the last one. All those in favor? Motion passes 7-0.
Madam Vice President, I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
Oh! I got a motion from Christine, a second from Anna. All those in favor? And the motion passes. And it is 12:11, and our meeting is adjourned.